The Billionaire Secret Obsession. Elena's sneakers squeaked against the marble lobby floor as she hurried through the revolving doors of Blake Towers. It was close to midnight, and the city's neon glow seeped through the glass facade, painting faint pink stripes across the polished surfaces. She shifted her canvas tote higher on her shoulder, the strap biting into her skin through the thin sleeve of her cleaning uniform. A text from her mother. Another sleepless night. Another reminder of medical bills. Sat unread on her phone. But Elena already knew its contents: worry, gratitude, and an apology for being a burden. She told herself she didn't mind. It helped drown out the silence of her own thoughts. Marla, already clocked in and rubbing at a coffee stain on a sculpted wall panel, waved Elena over. "Late again. Everything okay at home?" "Same old," Elena said, forcing a quick smile. "Bus got stuck behind a crash on 5th. I'll catch up, promise." Marla eyed her kindly. "Tonight's schedule shifted. They need you on 38 first." She lowered her voice conspiratorially. "That's the executive floor. Seems someone high up made a fuss about fingerprints on a glass table." Elena swallowed. The executive floor was normally off limits to night staff. "Any idea who complained?" "No clue. Orders came down from Mr. Blake's assistant. You know, the strict one in the immaculate suit. James?" Elena nodded, nerves fluttering in her stomach. She had glimpsed Alexander Blake from a distance only once. A tall figure flanked by bodyguards in tension, striding through the lobby like a storm in charcoal gray. Rumor said he never smiled. Rumor said he fired people without blinking. Rumor said he avoided publicity because he couldn't stand being seen. "Just be careful up there," Marla whispered. "Those floors feel like you're walking into someone else's dream." Elena forced another smile and headed for the service elevator, heart thudding harder with each step. The elevator doors slid shut, sealing her in a mirrored box that reflected the exhaustion in her eyes. As the car began its smooth ascent, she exhaled a long breath. She needed the shift bonus. She always needed the bonus. 38 glowed soft and sterile when the doors opened. Floor-to-ceiling windows framed the midnight skyline. Every surface shone. Every line was straight and perfect, yet a quiet emptiness lingered, as if the place were a gallery rather than an office. She found the instructions James had emailed. Clean conference room A, wipe the outer office glass, polish the chrome desk legs. Routine. Except it felt anything but routine. Her footfalls seemed too loud against the hush. She kept catching her own reflection in the glass and flinching. In the main conference room, she sprayed cleanser on the polished table. The faint citrus scent steadied her nerves. She circled the room, wiping, buffing, checking her progress beneath the dimmed downlights. It took longer than planned. Every smudge popped under the unforgiving LEDs. But eventually, even the ghosts of fingerprints vanished. Elena gathered her supplies and stepped back into the corridor. The silence pressed in closer now, almost tangible. She checked her phone. 1 a.m. another. 3 hours before her shift ended. She turned toward the outer office, aiming to finish early and maybe help Marla downstairs. A soft chime echoed behind her, followed by the decisive click of doors sliding apart. Elevator. She spun, instinctively pulling her cleaning cart to one side, but her breath snagged when she saw who stepped into the hall. Alexander Blake emerged alone. No bodyguards, no entourage. Just him, tall, composed, the subtle tailoring of his midnight suit whispering wealth. His dark hair was neatly swept back, but a rebellious strand had slipped forward, softening the severity of his features. His eyes, cool and pale, locked onto Elena the moment he saw her. She froze, rags clenched in her hands. Time contracted, stretching thin between them. Elena couldn't look away, though every instinct screamed at her to vanish. She had seen power before in board members hurrying past the lobby security desk, but this was different. Power here was personal. It looked straight through her uniform and saw the pound of her pulse. Alexander's gaze flicked to the cleaning cart, then back to her face. "You're working late." His voice was low, almost gentle, but it thrummed with a confidence that unnerved her. She cleared her throat. Yes, sir. The schedule got changed. The words sounded too loud in the quiet hall. He took a step closer. She swears she felt the air shift. Your name? Elena. Elena Martinez. She tried to keep her tone professional, meeting his eyes only briefly before glancing at the floor. Are you nearly finished on this floor? Just one more office, sir. I won't be long. He nodded, and something unreadable flickered across his face. He gestured to the corridor. Allow me. Sir? This way. He turned, walking toward a set of glass doors at the far end. Elena hesitated but followed, pushing her cart with a shaky hand. Every quiet second stretched her nerves tighter. He opened the doors into a private office. His office, she realized. The space was larger than her entire apartment. Minimalist decor, walls of glass, and a sweeping view of the city lights. A scent lingered, subtle pine and smoke. He gestured toward the deep burgundy sofa near the windows. Take as long as you need. I'll be working in the adjoining room. She nodded, unable to form a proper thank you. As he slipped through a side door, a breath she didn't know she'd been holding escaped. She rubbed her clammy palms on her uniform, then set to work, wiping the metal legs of the expansive desk, cleaning smudges off the window glass. Her hands shook less as the familiar rhythm of cleaning anchored her. In the adjacent room, muffled sounds of typing and pages turning reached her. She tried to focus, but awareness of him vibrated in the space as though he stood inches away. She wiped more slowly, giving the illusion of calm. 10 minutes later, he reappeared. Elena straightened, reflexively smoothing her hair behind her ear. He leaned against the doorway and watched her work, arms crossed. The silence between them thickened. Where are you from, Elena? He asked. Brooklyn. Her voice emerged softly. Born and raised. Do you like working nights? It fits. She hesitated, surprised by her own honesty. Day shifts pay less. He studied her as if absorbing every detail, then nodded again. If you need anything, ask for James. He'll handle it. That's very kind. She forced a smile, but it felt flimsy. Alexander's expression didn't change, but his gaze warmed a fraction. Kindness is relative. His tone was oddly amused, and she wasn't sure what that meant. He stepped away, but paused at the doorway. Have a good evening, Elena. You too, sir. When he was gone, she exhaled shakily and wiped at an already spotless surface to keep her hands busy. Her cheeks burned, but not with embarrassment. Something else. Curiosity? Simple gratitude? Or an odd pull she didn't want to name? She finished quickly, careful not to disturb anything. Before leaving, she allowed herself one lingering glance around the office. Luxurious, yes, but strangely sad. A single framed photo sat on a side table. A much younger Alexander shaking hands with an older man. No family. No smiles. She felt a pang of inexplicable sympathy. She pushed her cart out, the wheels humming softly. The hallway was empty again, but somehow it felt different, as though his presence still lingered, woven into the carpet threads and glass panes. The elevator ride down lasted seconds, yet within that descent her life had changed, even if only in a whisper. On the ground floor, Marla waited at the supply closet. You look like you saw a ghost, she teased, then softened at Elena's distracted stare. Everything okay up there? Elena nodded slower than she meant to. I met him. Marla's eyebrows climbed. Mr. Blake? He was polite. Marla laughed quietly. Polite isn't a word I've heard in connection with him. He's said to be a shark in human skin. Maybe sharks have manners too, Elena murmured, but the joke felt flat because her pulse still raced. They worked side by side for another hour, but Elena's mind drifted. She kept replaying his voice, the steadiness of it, the way he seemed to look past whatever mask she wore. She wasn't used to being examined so closely. Part of her bristled at it, another part thrilled. When her shift finally ended, she collected her bag and stepped into the pre-dawn chill. The city crowds had thinned to scattered night owls and delivery trucks. She pulled her jacket tighter and walked toward the subway, head down, phone forgotten in her pocket. Yet halfway down the block she stopped, inexplicably turning to look back at Blake Towers rising black against the growing light. Somewhere up there in that maze of glass, Alexander Blake might still be awake, might still be watching. She shivered, not from the wind, but from an awareness she didn't know how to name. She told herself it was silly. He was a powerful man who'd barely spoken to her. She was a woman who wiped his floors, and that was the end of it. Yet the sensation remained as she descended the subway stairs, as she rode the train home in a drowsy haze, as she unlocked the door to her tiny apartment where the smell of cheap candles and boiled tea greeted her. She kissed her mother's forehead, stroked her brother's hair, then showered in the cramped bathroom, steam curling around her like ghostly fingers. Even there, she still felt the weight of his gaze. Far above the city, in an office surrounded by darkness and the hum of servers, Alexander stood before a bank of monitors. Each screen displayed a different angle: lobby, elevators, corridors, but his focus remained on a single feed. Camera 17 trained on the employee exit. There she was again, stepping into the streetlights, looking back toward the tower with an expression he couldn't quite read. Wonder, maybe. Fear. Both stirred an unfamiliar warmth in him. He leaned forward, fingertips resting on the cool glass of the monitor. "Elena," he murmured, tasting her name like a promise. Somewhere in his chest something shifted. A stir of longing or ownership, he wasn't sure which, perhaps both. A knock sounded at the door. James entered silently, tablet in hand. "Sir, the Singapore numbers." Alexander straightened but didn't turn from the screen. "Send them to my email, and adjust the cleaning roster." His voice remained level, hiding the pulse that beat faster beneath. "I want Miss Martinez scheduled on 38 every night this week." James hesitated only a second. "Understood. Anything else?" "Inform security to disable audio on camera 17 after midnight." A pause. No questions. "Yes, sir." James left as quietly as he'd come. Alone again, Alexander watched Elena disappear into the subterranean shadows of the subway. The city swallowed her, but he already felt her presence thrumming in his veins like a secret song. He told himself it was curiosity, at most desire. A reasonable fascination, nothing more. Yet he knew better. He felt the tug of obsession, relentless and sweet, the same way an addict feels the lure of a forbidden vice. The skyline glimmered beyond the windows, but Alexander's world had narrowed to a single point. A woman unaware of the net closing gently around her. He tapped a finger once against the glass. One step at a time. No sudden moves. She would come to him willingly because he would craft the path so carefully she'd believe it was her choice. That was how control worked. That was how he survived the chaos of want. He turned away from the monitors and poured a finger of scotch, though he barely tasted it. In the glass reflection, his face seemed carved from marble, but his eyes glinted. Tomorrow, he promised himself, he would find another reason to see her. Tomorrow he would learn something new. A favorite song, a childhood memory, the exact shade of hope in her eyes. Tomorrow Elena Martinez would take another step closer. And she wouldn't even know it. The sun had already climbed high by the time Elena finally drifted to sleep. Yet only a few hours later, the clammy beep of her alarm dragged her back into consciousness. She blinked at the peeling ceiling, unsure whether last night had been a dream. Alexander's voice lingered in her mind. Low, measured, strangely intimate. She shook off the memory and slid from bed, careful not to jostle the tiny apartment. Her mother's soft breathing drifted from the living room pull-out sofa, and her brother's quiet snores sounded from behind the thin bathroom door, where he liked to sleep, claiming the tiled floor was cooler. Elena tiptoed into the kitchenette and brewed a single cup of coffee, letting the bitter steam sting her eyes awake. A folded envelope lay on the counter, an overdue electric bill. She pressed a palm against it, imagining numbers disappearing, but the paper remained stubbornly real. Marla met her at Blake Towers that evening with raised brows and a smirk. "Well, look who's doing another executive shift. Must be your lucky week." Elena adjusted her cardigan, trying to ignore the flutter in her chest. "Lucky isn't the word I'd choose." "Management's singing your praises," Marla went on, handing her a revised assignment sheet. "James himself told housekeeping you're requested on 38 every night through Friday." Elena stared at the sheet. "Requested?" Marla shrugged. "Maybe someone noticed you do good work. Take the compliment, girl." A group of junior executives strode past, cologne cloud trailing them, but Elena barely noticed. She wondered whether Alexander had arranged this. The idea felt thrilling and absurd at once. She was a cleaner. He was a billionaire. Still, memories of his steady gaze returned, igniting a warmth that unsettled her. Halfway through her shift, she found herself alone in the employees' break lounge, rinsing coffee mugs in a narrow sink. James appeared in the doorway, tablet tucked under his arm. His silver tie pin caught the fluorescent light. "Miss Martinez," he said with practiced politeness. "Mr. Blake would like his office serviced at 2200 hours. Please confirm when you finished floor 37. Though his tone was mild, it sounded nothing like a request. Elena nodded. "I'll be there." James's eyes lingered on her longer than necessary, calculating, perhaps sympathetic, before he turned away. She exhaled slowly. Another orchestrated encounter. She told herself she should feel wary, but the dominant emotion swirling inside her was curiosity. Shortly before 10, she stepped onto the executive floor once more. She smoothed a non-existent crease from her sleeve and pushed her cart forward. The corridor lights were dimmed, casting gold bands across the polished wood. The hush was deeper tonight, almost anticipatory. She paused outside Alexander's office, steadying her breaths, then tapped lightly on the glass door before entering. The space looked unchanged, city lights glimmering beyond panoramic windows, scent of pine and smoke suspended in the cool air. Yet something was different. A single lamp glowed on the corner of his desk, casting an amber halo over a crystal decanter. 2 glasses stood beside it. Alexander emerged from the adjacent doorway, jacket removed, white shirt sleeves rolled neatly to his forearms. He seemed carved from the same evening shadows that wrapped the room, yet his gaze held an unmistakable heat when it landed on her. "Elena," he said, her name rolling quietly across the space. "Mr. Blake." She felt the pulse in her throat leap. "I was hoping you'd come earlier," he murmured, "but I see punctuality is important to you." "I follow the schedule." She placed a cloth on the cart to keep her hands busy. "James informed me you needed the office cleaned." His mouth curved slightly, though not quite a smile. "James is efficient." She moved toward the windows, checking for fingerprints she knew weren't there. Behind her, the soft chink of glass sounded. Alexander poured amber liquid, the quiet trickle of scotch punctuating the silence. "Would you care for a drink?" he asked. "I'm on shift." "You can call it an early break." Elena hesitated, then straightened. "I'm sorry, sir, company policy." He looked almost amused. "Of course." He raised one of the glasses to his lips but didn't drink, merely inhaled the aroma before setting it down. She wiped the glass surface, every nerve aware of his proximity. He circled the desk slowly, hands in his trouser pockets, studying her like an art critic absorbing a painting. The seconds stretched thin until he spoke again. "I did some reading today," he said. "Brooklyn Public Schools, 2-year vocational courses, top marks in literature. Why cleaning?" Elena's hand froze mid-wipe. She turned, cloth clenched. "That's personal." "Everything about you interests me." She felt heat climb her neck. "It shouldn't. I'm just an employee." "Perhaps," he said, voice softening, "but you're also extraordinary." She almost laughed, but the sincerity in his tone stopped her. Extraordinary doesn't struggle to pay rent. Circumstances don't define worth. He stepped closer, close enough that she inhaled the subtle scent of cedar and something darker. "Tell me what you want, Elena." Her pulse thudded. "A stable life. Safety. My mother's medications paid on time. Nothing extravagant." "Those are needs. I asked what you want." His eyes glinted, a flicker of challenge. "Something just for you." Elena searched for words, but none came. She'd pushed her own desires so deep she'd forgotten their shapes. She shook her head, turning back to the glass. "I can't answer that." He reached past her to rest a hand on the cool pane, trapping her between his presence and the window without touching her. "Think about it," he whispered. She stood very still, the city's distant hum pressing on the glass. Her breathing felt loud in her ears. Slowly, Alexander withdrew, as if granting reprieve. She moved to the desk, wiping the already spotless surface, needing motion to mask the tremor in her hands. "Your attention to detail is impressive," he said, "and it's my job. My job is to recognize talent." He paused, then pulled a folded sheet from a drawer and placed it on the desk. "If you ever tire of wiping fingerprints, consider this." She glanced down. The paper bore the Blake Enterprises logo. It was an employment offer, administrative aid, full benefits, triple her current salary. She'd have evenings free, more time for family, more stability than she'd dared to imagine. Elena's throat tightened. "Why me?" "Because you're thorough. Because you notice the world. Because," he added quietly, "I want you closer." The confession thudded in the air between them. She felt a dizzy swirl of gratitude, suspicion, and something dangerously close to excitement. She folded the paper back along its crisp lines and slid it toward him. "I need time." "Take it." His gaze stayed on her face, searching. "But understand, Elena, I never offer twice." A spark of defiance flickered in her chest. "Then perhaps you shouldn't be so generous the first time." To her surprise, a low laugh escaped him, quiet, genuine. The sound loosened something inside her. He lifted the untouched scotch, finally taking a sip. His eyes softened, though the hunger behind them remained. "I look forward to your decision." He set the glass down. "For tonight, finish your cleaning. James will ensure your ride home." She bit her lip. "That's not necessary. I take the subway." "Indulge me," he said. She returned to work, silent, aware of him observing her every motion. When she finally gathered her supplies, the paper still sat on the desk. She ignored it and wheeled her cart toward the door, yet halfway across the room, she paused. She faced him, meeting his gaze head-on for the first time. "Why does someone like you stay hidden up here?" she asked. The question surprised him. It surprised her even more. He leaned back against the desk, considering. "The world looks different from above," he said at last. "Quieter, safer." "For whom?" A shadow passed behind his eyes. "For me. And for the people I care about." She nodded, unsure what to do with that hint of vulnerability. The silence thickened until she dipped her chin. "Good night, Mr. Blake." "Good night, Elena." James was waiting outside the elevator, phone in hand. He escorted her through the lobby to a sleek black car idling at the curb. The driver opened the rear door. Elena hesitated. "It's late," James said. Mr. Blake insists." She climbed in. The leather seat cocooned her in silence. As the car pulled away, she looked back. High above, a single light burned in a corner office. A silhouette stood at the window, tall, still, watching the street below. She shivered, unable to tell if the feeling was dread or anticipation. At home, she paid the driver with a murmured thanks and hurried up the narrow stairwell. Inside, her mother sat at the small kitchen table, knitting a scarf in dim lamplight. "You're late," she said. Concern etched around her eyes. "Busy shift?" Elena answered, kissing her mother's cheek. She fetched water and pain medicine, helping her mother to bed. Afterward, she checked on her brother, then retreated to her own corner of the room, partitioned by a bookshelf. Only when she was certain everyone slept did she pull the employment offer from her pocket. She had slipped it into her uniform before leaving, almost without realizing. She smoothed its creases on the blanket. Numbers glared up at her. Impossible numbers. Part of her imagined Alexander smiling, knowing she couldn't refuse. But she was not a pawn, she told herself. She wouldn't be bought so easily. She tucked the paper into her pillowcase and lay back, staring at the ceiling. As sleep crept over her, she saw Alexander's eyes again, cool and intense, promising things she couldn't name. Across the city, Alexander stood at his window long after the street emptied. He replayed their conversation, savoring her quick wit, her hesitant courage. The way she challenged him sparked a thrill that scorched his composure. He would wait a day, perhaps two, before reminding her of the offer. He wanted her to accept, but more than that, he wanted her to choose him of her own accord. Influence was one thing. Willing surrender was another. He sipped the remaining scotch and set the glass down, fingertips tracing the rim. Memories rose. Another woman, another life, one he'd failed to protect. He forced them back, focusing instead on the present, on Elena. Unlike before, he wouldn't leave anything to chance. The plan had begun, and every detail now would converge toward a single outcome: Elena by his side, willingly or not, because neither mercy nor patience had ever been his strength for long. He touched the window pane, cool against his palm. The city glittered, unaware of the quiet game forming in its heights. Tomorrow he would learn more. What songs made her smile, what streets she called home, what fears stilled her breath at night. Knowledge was power. Love, if he could call it that, was control. And Alexander Blake had never lost control. He turned away, shutting off the lamp. Darkness reclaimed the office, but desire burned bright within him, steady and relentless, as certain as dawn. Elena awoke the next morning to sunlight pressing through a gap in the curtain and the faint murmur of a television in the living room. Her mother's low cough followed, a brittle sound that always cut straight through her dreams. Elena rose, brushed her hair into a loose ponytail, and padded barefoot across the scuffed linoleum. Her mother sat propped against the sofa's arm, remote in hand, the morning news casting blue light across her face. "You're up early, mijija," she said, offering a tired smile. "I never really went to sleep," Elena admitted, crouching to adjust the thin blanket around her mother's shoulders. "I kept thinking about work." The older woman's brow furrowed. "Nothing bad?" "No, just complicated." Elena decided against mentioning Alexander's proposal. Her mother had enough worries without adding wealthy strangers into the mix. In the kitchenette, Elena fried 2 eggs and reheated leftover rice, plating her mother's portion first. With each small act, adding salt, pouring orange juice, she tried to silence the question beating in her head. Why me? She had been invisible her whole life. What did a man like Alexander Blake possibly want beyond the surface? The hum of the refrigerator filled the silence, and still she found no answer. After breakfast, she left the apartment early. The November wind stung her cheeks as she walked to the subway, scarf tucked tight. She clutched a worn paperback, something to occupy her thoughts on the train, but the words blurred, replaced by the memory of Alexander's eyes and the feel of his voice sliding under her skin. At Blake Towers, Marla greeted her with a wry smile. "Someone delivered these for you." She handed Elena a sleek white box tied with a silver ribbon. Elena frowned. Who would send me anything here? She peeled back the ribbon to find a pair of leather work gloves, supple and new, and a small card. For comfort and protection. No signature. Marla whistled. Fancy gloves. Must have cost more than our monthly food budget. Elena's stomach fluttered. She knew who had sent them. She slid the gloves back into the box. Probably a mistake. Sure, Marla teased. And I'm secretly the Queen of England. Elena tucked the box in her locker, guilt mixing with a thrill she refused to name. That night, the assignment sheet once again placed her on 38. She tried to focus on routine tasks, dusting a row of minimalist sculptures, sanitizing conference tables. But her mind drifted. Each hallway felt like a corridor in a labyrinth she didn't remember entering. Halfway through her checklist, she noticed James standing at the far end of the corridor, tablet aglow. His eyes tracked her progress. When she drew near, he closed the device. "Mr. Blake is in a late meeting," he said, voice even. "He asked me to ensure you weren't disturbed." "Thank you," Elena replied, uncertain whether to feel relieved or disappointed. James hesitated. "Elena, may I give you friendly advice?" She blinked. "I suppose." "Mr. Blake is particular. If he offers you something, it is rarely without purpose. Consider carefully what you accept." She absorbed his words, bristling despite his polite tone. "Are you warning me?" "Guiding," James corrected. "I have worked for him a long time. He protects what matters, and he can be ruthless in that protection." Elena studied James's composed face, seeing loyalty and something like caution in his eyes. "If you think I need to run, say it plainly." A faint smile twitched at the corner of his mouth. "Running rarely helps. Understanding does." He walked away before she could ask more. She returned to cleaning, unsettled. When she reached Alexander's office, the door stood ajar. Light spilled in a warm rectangle onto the hall carpet. She pushed gently and stepped inside. The office was empty, but a single envelope lay centered on the desk. She approached, heart thumping, and unfolded the ivory stationery inside. Printed in precise script. "I would never let you fall." 5 words, nothing else, no signature, no request. Elena's breath hitched. Was it reassurance or warning? She didn't know. She folded the note, slipped it into her pocket, and set about polishing the windows with shaking hands. Behind her, the office door clicked shut. She turned, startled, to find Alexander leaning against it, tie gone, top button undone. The soft lamplight caught a hint of fatigue under his eyes, but his gaze sharpened when it met hers. "I hope James wasn't intrusive," he said. He spoke his mind. Elena placed her cloth on the cart. "Do you always send him to speak for you?" "Only when I fear I might overstep." Alexander moved toward the desk. "And he overstepped anyway." "He said you protect what matters. Does your staff usually matter this much?" His expression darkened, though not with anger. "You misunderstand. You are not merely staff to me." She folded her arms, grounding herself. "Then what am I?" He approached slowly, stopping a breath away. "A fascination," he said. "A possibility. Perhaps the first honest thing I've wanted in years." The low confession sent a tremor through her. She fought to keep her voice steady. "People aren't prizes to collect, Mr. Blake." He inclined his head. "No, they're not, which is why I offered you a choice." "The job?" She hesitated. "What if I decline?" "Then you remain where you are, and I'll ensure you're treated with respect." He paused. "But I would still think of you." The honesty disarmed her more than any threat. She glanced at the note in her pocket, then back at him. "Why do you watch me?" "Because you remind me of a better version of myself," he said softly. "Someone who hasn't forgotten how to hope." Elena's throat tightened. That's a lot to place on a stranger. His gaze flicked to her lips before returning to her eyes. "You don't feel like a stranger." The air thickened. Elena's logical mind told her to step back to keep clear lines. Instead, she found herself asking, "What happened to you, Alexander?" He flinched almost imperceptibly, as though the question touched a raw nerve. "Another time." He straightened, distance sliding back into his posture. "Have dinner with me instead of cleaning tomorrow night." She exhaled. "I can't accept that." "Why?" "I barely know you. And yet you asked what happened to me." "Touché." She bit her lip. "Dinner is Complicated. I have family responsibilities. I will send a car to your building at 7. He brushed a thumb over the edge of the desk, a gesture of finality. If you choose not to come, the car will leave. No consequences. Except disappointment, she murmured. Mine, yes. He agreed, voice soft. But I won't force you, Elena. The sincerity in his tone wavered her resolve. She'd told herself never to rely on any man, not after her father left and debts swallowed them whole. Trust was expensive, but maybe one dinner wasn't trust. Maybe it was information. She gathered her courage. One dinner, public place. My terms. His response was immediate. A flicker of triumph quickly masked. Agreed. The moment stretched until she looked away. I still have work. Then I'll let you finish. He moved aside, but not before brushing a hand lightly, accidentally, against hers as he passed. The contact was brief, yet electric. When he was gone, Elena wiped imaginary smears off the window until her pulse slowed. She'd never encountered a man who could tilt her axis with a single sentence, and tomorrow she'd sit across from him at dinner. Part of her thrilled at the thought. Another part feared she'd be stepping onto a ledge with no railing. She finished the floor quickly after that, riding the elevator down with the envelope still in her pocket and doubts swirling like smoke around her head. Outside, the same black car idled at the curb. She almost refused, but the driver's patient eyes met hers and exhaustion outweighed pride. She slipped inside, resting her forehead against the cool window as the city lights slid past. Alexander watched her go from his darkened office, the glow of the monitors painting faint halos around him. On one screen, camera 17 showed the car pulling into traffic. On another, a background check updated, lines of text forming a mosaic of Elena's life. School attendance, utility bills, medical debts. He skimmed the totals, jaw tightening. She needs relief, he murmured. James, standing quietly behind him, spoke for the first time in hours. How far do you intend to go, sir? As far as necessary, but no further than she allows. Alexander flicked the screen off. Dinner tomorrow. Have reservations made at Leonid. The private room? No, the main hall. He caught James's faint surprise. She asked for a public place. James inclined his head. Understood. Alexander turned back to the dark window, seeing his own reflection overlay the city. A younger version of himself had once believed love was simple: give, receive, protect. But experience had taught him people could be lost in an instant, no matter how tightly held. So he had traded tenderness for strategy, affection for distance, until Elena. She slipped through defenses he'd forgotten he had, simply by looking at him without calculation. Tomorrow she would sit across from him, candles reflecting in her dark eyes. He knew exactly how to guide a conversation, how to sidestep her hesitations, how to entice without overt coercion. Yet he felt something he hadn't planned. Anticipation tinged with genuine hope. He allowed himself one smile, small, private, before returning to work. A dozen contracts demanded signatures, but every line he studied curved back to Elena's name. Across the city, Elena slipped quietly into the apartment. Her mother stirred on the sofa, half awake. Long night? She whispered. Long week, Elena answered, kneeling to adjust the blanket. But I'm okay. In her room partition, she changed into pajamas and pressed the envelope from Alexander beneath her pillow. She lay awake, fingertips brushing the hidden note, listening to the radiator hiss and the distant throb of traffic. Her mind conjured questions she couldn't silence. Could kindness ever be clean where power was involved? Could a man who controlled a skyline also make room for the humble corners of her life? Sleep finally claimed her near dawn, dreams flickering with candlelight and unfamiliar music. Somewhere in the blurred edges, Alexander's voice whispered again, I would never let you fall, and she wasn't sure if it was promise or threat. She only knew it followed her deep into the dark, curling around her heart, like silk. The November twilight bled orange against the sooty skyline when Elena stepped from the cramped bathroom, smoothing the knee-length navy dress she'd borrowed from Marla. It wasn't glamorous, but it fit, and more importantly, it didn't advertise poverty. She checked her reflection in the cracked hallway mirror, subtle mascara, a hint of lip color, hair pinned back. Good enough. In the living room, her mother sat in her armchair knitting. She looked up, eyes widening. "You look beautiful, mihija. New job interview?" "Something like that," Elena said, fastening a delicate gold chain at her throat. She didn't mention Alexander or the luxury car waiting below. The evening felt fragile. Words might shatter it. Her mother's gaze softened. "Be safe." "I will." Downstairs, the same black sedan idled by the curb. The driver greeted her by name and opened the rear door. Inside, the leather smelled faintly of cedar. A single red rose lay on the seat beside her, its stem wrapped in silver ribbon. Elena's pulse skipped. She left the rose untouched, but didn't push it aside. The ride to Leonid wound through streets glittering with holiday lights. Elena watched hurried shoppers and laughing couples blur past, wondering if she was slipping into somebody else's life. She rehearsed polite conversation, determined not to be intimidated. At the restaurant entrance, a maitre d' in a tailored jacket guided her through a sea of candlelit tables to one near the center, public, exactly as she'd insisted. Alexander stood as she approached. His charcoal suit was impeccably cut, his hair brushed back, but a strand had escaped again, softening the severity of his profile. He offered a quiet, "Good evening," eyes roaming her face as though committing each detail to memory. "You didn't have to send a car," she said, taking her seat. "I wanted you to arrive comfortable." He signaled the waiter, who poured sparkling water. "And the rose?" "I left it in the car." Something like amusement flickered behind his composure. "Perhaps it will wait for you." Menus arrived, but Alexander barely glanced. Elena scanned the offerings, prices swimming. She chose a modest entree. He ordered the chef's tasting menu for both, telling the waiter to remove the foie gras course out of consideration for her preference. She hadn't mentioned a preference. Her stomach twisted. Had he read her social profile or overheard a comment at work? She reminded herself not to ask. Conversation began with safe topics, music, the city's winter markets, but inevitably drifted closer to the raw edges between them. "Why cleaning?" he asked, echoing the night before, but this time with genuine curiosity. "It was available," she said, "and steady." "Steady is admirable," he said, but she sensed a hint of sadness in the words. "What did you study?" "English Lit. I wanted to teach, but scholarships only covered 2 years. Life got complicated." His gaze held hers. "Complications make us resilient." She took a sip of water, cooling the heat rising to her cheeks. "What about you?" "I know the headlines. Blake Industries, real estate, tech investments. But who were you before the magazines cared?" His jaw tightened, a subtle crack in the facade. "A boy in a quiet suburb, good at numbers, bad at goodbyes. My father died when I was 19. Business school taught me strategy. Loss taught me speed." He paused. "Does that answer satisfy?" "It's honest," she said, surprised. "But it doesn't tell me why you avoid publicity." "Cameras take," he said, "they never give." She considered this, then nodded. "I understand that." Dishes arrived in graceful intervals. Seared scallops, truffle risotto. Elena's hunger eased her nerves. Alexander watched her taste each bite, as if cataloging her reactions. She noticed he ate sparingly, drinking in her responses more than the wine. "Tell me something you've never told anyone," he said when dessert arrived. A delicate brulee, encased in spun sugar. She set her spoon down. "That's bold. I won't repeat it." She hesitated, then decided vulnerability might balance the scales. When I was little, I used to sneak onto the roof of our apartment building and pretend the city lights were stars. I wanted to touch them because I thought stars granted wishes and city lights were closer. A rare, genuine smile broke across his face. Did any wishes come true? Not yet, she said, then realized the admission sounded wistful. Perhaps you wished for the wrong thing, he replied. Perhaps you assume I wished for something at all. His smile faded to thoughtful silence. Candlelight flickered between them, reflecting in the crystal glassware, making the table feel like an island set apart from the rest of the restaurant. Surrounding diners faded into background hum. He leaned forward, elbows on the white cloth. Tell me if I make you uncomfortable. You do, she answered, heartbeat quickening. But not entirely in a bad way. That's a dangerous balance, he said quietly. I know. His fingers toyed with the stem of his glass. I'm not used to wanting someone's comfort over my own desires. She met his gaze, steady. Then this is new for both of us. The intensity thickened until a raised voice drew their attention. Flashbulb pop outside the window. Two paparazzi lunged past the host stand, cameras aimed at a celebrity across the room. The brief commotion sent a ripple through patrons. Elena flinched at the strobing lights. Alexander stood, stepping between her and the windows, blocking the flashes with his broad frame. His hand hovered near her shoulder, not touching, but unmistakably protective. The photographers were escorted out quickly, but the spell had broken. Elena realized her breathing had turned shallow. Alexander sat again, concern flickering across his features. Are you all right? He murmured. I'm fine, just not used to being photographed. I understand. He gestured for the check. Outside, winter air cut sharp. The city's neon gleamed off rain-slick pavement. Alexander guided her toward the waiting car but didn't open the door. Instead, he paused beneath the restaurant awning, traffic noise blurring around them. You asked why I avoid publicity, he said. 3 years ago, someone I cared for was hounded by photographers. Their pursuit cost her everything. I won't repeat that mistake. Elena felt the ache behind his words. What happened to her? She died. His voice was even, but a muscle in his jaw ticked. Car crash. Paparazzi chasing too close. I wasn't in the car, but I feel the impact every day. I'm sorry, she whispered. I didn't tell you for sympathy, he said. I told you because transparency matters. If I invite you into my life, you deserve to know why I'm protective. Elena reached out, tentative, brushing her fingertips against his sleeve. Thank you for trusting me. He covered her hand with his, warmth radiating. Come, I'll take you home. The ride back wound through quieter streets. City lights strobed across his profile. She watched the tension ease from his shoulders as distance from cameras grew. Inside the cocoon of the car, hush settled. He broke it softly. The job offer still stands. She traced patterns in the condensation on the window. And if I accept, what then? You'll work office hours, better pay, benefits. We'll see each other naturally without pretext. He paused. Your mother's medical bills will no longer threaten you. Her eyes snapped to his. You researched my family. I secure what I value, he said, unflinching, but I won't move without your permission. Elena's chest tightened. What if I say yes to the job but no to everything else? I will try to abide, he answered, though his tone hinted at struggle. The car slowed outside her building. He stepped out first, offering his hand as she emerged. Street lamps cast soft halos, and for a breath, everything felt suspended. She released his hand but didn't step back. Thank you for dinner, she said. Thank you for agreeing, he replied. Silence stretched, ripe with possibility. His gaze dipped to her mouth, then returned to her eyes. She felt heat coil in her belly but stood firm. Good night, Alexander. His exhale was a soft surrender. Good night, Elena. Inside, she climbed the dim stairwell, the smell of laundry soap and old paint grounding her. In her room, she pulled out the envelope and added the dinner receipt he'd discreetly tucked into her purse. Proof of a night that felt both unreal and dangerously tangible. She lay awake, replaying moments, the way he shielded her, the raw confession about loss, the unanswered tension humming under every word. Fear mingled with intrigue. Power imbalances were real, but so was her agency. She resolved to read the employment contract in full tomorrow, line by line. Across town, Alexander rode the elevator to his penthouse. The city lights glittered beyond floor-to-ceiling glass, their cold diamonds reflecting in his eyes. He poured a drink but left it untouched, replaying the evening's conversations. Elena's candor had shaken him. In a good way, if anything good could be born from obsession. He opened a secure file on his laptop. Elena Martinez, education transcript, financial summary, medical expenses. He scrolled to the bottom, cursor hovering over an option labeled Debt Clearance Authorization. His finger twitched. A voice inside warned patience. She must never feel purchased. Control meant guiding, not erasing choice. He closed the file unsaved and instead typed a single new entry in a blank document. She touched my sleeve. The simple sentence felt monumental, proof that progress could be measured in millimeters. He shut the laptop, stepped onto the terrace, and let cold air scrape his lungs. One star winked between skyscrapers. Not a city light. A real star. He imagined Elena on a rooftop, younger, wishing. He wondered what she'd asked for. He hoped, selfishly, it might have been something like tonight. Safety, honesty, perhaps even connection. Inside, his phone chimed. Message from James. Car returned, Miss Martinez safely home. Alexander typed a terse thank you, then set the phone face down. Tomorrow, he would give her daylight, space to think, time to breathe. But soon, inevitably, she would say yes. Not just to the job, to him. And when she did, he would keep his promise. He would never let her fall. Elena finally drifted into restless sleep as dawn bled pale light through the curtain. In her dreams, city lights fused with stars until she couldn't tell hope from danger or desire from warning. Somewhere in the glow, Alexander's silhouette waited, hand outstretched, balanced between shadow and fire. Helena stepped off the subway into the chill morning air, pulling her coat tighter as holiday lights flickered along the streets. The night after her dinner with Alexander had passed in restless fragments. Now dawn painted the buildings gold, and she felt strangely weightless, as though gravity had loosened its grip. Her old life still waited. Rent overdue, her mother's prescriptions, the steady hum of survival. But something beneath the surface had shifted. Inside Blake Towers, the lobby smelled faintly of pine-scented polish. She pushed through the staff entrance and nearly collided with Marla, who was studying a printed schedule on the bulletin board. "Morning, superstar," Marla greeted, her voice pitched with teasing warmth. "Looks like you and I have separate routes again. You've been upgraded." Elena frowned, scanning the sheet. Her name appeared beside a new designation, Executive Floor Liaison. That's not even a real position. "Apparently it is now. They've given you your own supply cart, too. Brand new microfiber, top-end cleaners, name tag with gold print." Marla arched a brow. "Somebody up there really likes you." Heat crept up Elena's neck. "It's probably just temporary." "Sure," Marla said, skepticism softening into something like worry. "Just remember the people who knew you before the gold print." Elena touched Marla's arm. "I'm still me." "Good. Hold on to that." Marla pressed a coffee into Elena's hand, her usual order, 2 creams, no sugar. "On me. You look like you didn't sleep." Elena managed a smile, grateful for the familiar taste grounding her. She navigated to the locker room, where a slim navy uniform hung on a hook with her name embroidered in silver thread. Her old polyester shirt lay folded in a box below, as if politely dismissed. She ran her fingers over the fabric. Soft, tailored, undeniably expensive. A card sat in the pocket. Proper attire befits proper respect. A. She exhaled, pulse quickening. Alexander's reach was everywhere, hemming in her choices with velvet ropes. She changed, noting the perfect fit, then wheeled her immaculate cart toward the executive elevator. James waited inside, holding the doors. "Good morning, Miss Martinez." His gaze flicked over the uniform. "Adjustments suit you." "Do they?" she asked, stepping in. The elevator ascended in near silence. James glanced at the panel lights. "Mr. Blake asked me to convey that he'll be working from the lounge on 41 this morning. He'd like you to attend to that area first." "Of course," Elena said, masking the tremor in her voice. She swallowed. "And my other floors?" "Covered." A pause. "He prefers your attention unshared." The doors parted on 41. Elena pushed her cart out, heart thudding in her ears. The lounge, a sleek space of slate walls, low leather sofas, and panoramic views, felt more like a private club than a workplace. Alexander stood near the bar, pouring coffee into a glass mug. Sunlight caught the sharp edges of his cheekbones, but his expression softened when he saw her. "New uniform," he observed. "It was in my locker," she replied, arranging bottles on her cart to avoid staring. "I hoped it would fit." He crossed to a high table and set down his mug. "Does it?" "Yes," she said, smoothing the front unconsciously. "Thank you. I meant it when I said comfort and respect matter." He took a sip, watching her over the rim. "But I can have alterations made." "It's perfect." She flicked her cloth out, wiping the steel countertop in small circles. "You think of everything." "Only what concerns me," he said, voice low. Her pulse fluttered. "Does your staff know you rearrange their lives?" "I compensate them well for flexibility." He set the mug aside, moving closer. "But you are not staff to me." She met his gaze. "Alexander. Please call me Alex." The informal name felt intimate, almost forbidden. "I don't know where the line is," she admitted, cloth going still in her hand. "Uniforms, schedules, dinners, cars. It's happening too fast." He leaned on the counter, forearms braced, body angled toward hers. "You have the power to slow it down. Say the word." "Do I?" She searched his face. "Would you really stop?" "I would never hurt you," he said quietly. "But wanting you is an ache I can't mute. I'm trying to respect your pace." She drew a steadying breath, resuming her polishing to give her hands purpose. "Pace requires clarity. Are you offering me a job, a relationship, or something else?" "Clarity," he echoed, reaching into his jacket. He produced a slim leather folder and placed it on the bar. "I intended to wait, but maybe clarity is overdue." Elena eyed the folder, hesitating. When she didn't move, he opened it, sliding a thin stack of papers toward her. The top sheet bore her name in bold print, "Personal Liaison Agreement." Her stomach dipped. "I'm a cleaner, Alex. Liaison sounds like more." "It is more. An administrative role, yes, communications, scheduling, but also travel coordination, event accompaniment." His gaze softened. "You would stand at my side in public. You'd have a company card, salary triple your current pay, full benefits for your family." Her hand trembled as she traced the header, not yet turning the page. "And in private?" He exhaled, a confession. "I want the right to your time. Dinner when I request, outings I plan, consensual, always, but exclusive." She lifted her eyes. "Exclusive how?" "I wouldn't date anyone else. I'd expect the same from you." He paused. "I will not share what I value." Her throat tightened. "Sounds like ownership." "Mutual," he said, voice softening further. "You'd have my loyalty, protection, resources." She closed the folder, pressing her palm to the leather. You can't buy loyalty. Alex's eyes darkened. This isn't a purchase, it's a contract between equals. Equals? Her laugh emerged small and strained. You control a skyline, Alex. I scrub it. He straightened as if the words pierced. Power is measured in choices. You have one now. The words hung between them. Elena inhaled, tasting the bitter coffee aroma, the polished steel's metallic note, the charged air. She remembered Marla's caution, James's warning glances, her mother's frail smile. Choices. She slid the folder back. I need time to read, properly. I won't sign blindly. I'd expect nothing less. Relief flickered across his features as though her not refusing outright was victory. Take whatever time you need. Elena tucked the folder into her cart, hiding it beneath towels. My shift. Can I continue? Of course. He reclaimed his mug but didn't drink. Just watched her work. She felt his gaze like a hand on her spine. Steady, warm, invasive. She cleaned surfaces that were already spotless, each stroke measured, breathing through a storm of conflicting emotions. When she finished, he walked her to the elevator. As the doors opened, he braced one hand against the frame, halting her. I booked a private viewing at my gallery tonight. No cameras, just us and the art. I want to show you a piece that reminds me of you. She gripped the cart handle. Tonight? 7, I'll send a driver. She almost declined. Then she pictured the contract, heavy with potential. I'll come, but I'll find my own way there. His smile was small, admiring. As you wish. The doors slid shut and the elevator descended. Elena's heart thrashed against her ribs, matching the hum of the cables. She clutched the folder, aware of every eye as she crossed the lobby. Her new uniform drew attention. Whispers trailed her steps. She felt newly visible and dangerously transparent. On the service level, Marla intercepted her by the supply cage. You look like you swallowed electricity. Elena offered a shaky laugh. Something like that. Marla noticed the folder. Promotion papers. In a manner of speaking. You okay? Elena paused, the weight of the day pressing on her. I'm unsure. Marla squeezed her arm. Unsure is allowed. Just don't let anyone decide for you. Elena nodded, pocketing the folder and returning to work, scrubbing floors that would gleam long after her own resolve dulled. But beneath the routine motions, her mind raced, cataloging every word, every glance, every offer. Alexander spent the afternoon in meetings, yet his thoughts circled back to the lounge. Her wary eyes, her small laugh, the trembling hand that had touched the contract. In his office, he replayed security footage, zooming in on her face for clues. Each hesitation felt like a chord he needed to tune, tighten, loosen, perfect. James entered, setting reports on the desk. Legal finalized the liaison agreement. I presented it, Alexander said, gaze still on the screen. And her response? She'll consider. James nodded, but his posture remained still, composed. Sir, if I may. Speak. Alexander's tone stayed mild, though a warning glimmered beneath. Miss Martinez's financial burdens are significant. If the company settles her debts, your intentions could be misconstrued. I won't act without her consent. James inclined his head. Very good. Alexander turned off the feed. Have the gallery prepared. Minimal staff, candles, not overhead lights. And change the security protocol. No recording inside during the viewing. Yes, sir. Also, Alexander added, voice softer, ensure her route to the gallery is safe. She insists on traveling alone. I'll arrange discreet coverage. Left alone, Alexander leaned back, hands steepled. The city sprawled beneath the windows, cold and endless, but one point of warmth burned in his consciousness. Elena. He intended to give her time, yet every hour stretched like wire, taut and humming. Tonight he'd surrender another layer of himself. Show her art that stripped him raw. reveal the memory of loss etched beneath the paint. If she rejected him afterward, he wasn't sure what he'd do. The thought unsettled him. He chased it away with a swallow of coffee gone cold. Evening approached. Elena stood in her bedroom, contract spread on the bed. She read each clause twice, highlighting phrases that blurred boundaries: emotional support, exclusive availability outside business hours, confidentiality in perpetuity. A generous salary column beckoned, but every figure felt weighted with invisible costs. Her brother knocked. "Dinner?" "Soon," she called, folding the papers quickly. She'd feed her family, then travel across the city to a gallery she'd never heard of, alone. She should have felt fear. Instead, a dark excitement fluttered beneath her ribs, like wings beating against her sternum. She slipped the folder into her messenger bag, kissed her mother's forehead, and stepped into the night. The subway rumble soothed her nerves. Neon blazed across windows, and the city's heartbeat pulsed in time with her own. She wondered whether Alexander watched a screen tracking her route. The thought should have bothered her, but it didn't entirely. Part of her felt the strange comfort of being seen. She surfaced in a quieter district where cobblestone streets muffled traffic noise. The gallery's facade rose sleek and dark, its windows tinted. A discreet plaque read Blake Collection. Inside, warm light filtered through frosted glass, casting honeyed shadows on the sidewalk. Elena paused, hand on the door handle. She breathed out a single word under her breath, choice, and stepped across the threshold. Elena pushed open the heavy glass door and entered a hush broken only by the hum of recessed lights. The gallery smelled faintly of wax and cedar. A lone receptionist glanced up, recognized her name on a list, and murmured, "Welcome," before stepping aside. Elena's flats clicked across polished concrete, amplifying her nerves. She spotted Alexander near the far wall, hands clasped behind his back, gaze fixed on a large canvas. Candles sat in sconces along the perimeter, their flames throwing soft flickers across the artwork. He turned when she approached. Tonight he wore a charcoal turtleneck instead of a suit, the change making him seem both younger and oddly vulnerable. "I'm glad you came," he said. "I wanted to see what reminds you of me," she replied, hoping her voice sounded steadier than she felt. He gestured to the painting before them, an abstract swirl of midnight blues and molten gold, a single streak of crimson cutting the center. It felt restless, alive. "It's called Gravity," he said. "The artist painted it after losing her brother." She described it as the instant between falling and being caught. Elena tilted her head, absorbing the colors. "It looks like a storm frozen mid-burst." "That's why I thought of you," he said quietly. "You hold storms inside, but never let them spill." She glanced at him. "You've known me a week." "I've watched you longer." His admission hung in the air, bold and unsettling. He stepped closer, lowering his voice. "Before you think me a villain, understand I watched to ensure you were real. And you are." She folded her arms, "Real enough to have debts and family obligations." "Which I intend to ease," he said. "I didn't ask for that." "No," he agreed. "It's a gift, not a condition." His gaze held hers until she looked away, pulse skittering. She moved to the next painting. A muted landscape, broken trees under a pale sky. Alexander followed at a respectful distance. "Why art?" she asked. "It reminds me there's beauty in pain. After my fiancé died, I stopped feeling color. Collecting these pieces forced me to look at grief instead of hiding from it." The word fiancé sliced through her. "You loved her?" "With everything I had." He paused, eyes distant. "She was a photojournalist. Paparazzi chased her bike on a rainy street. She skidded, hit a truck. I was negotiating a merger, too busy to answer her last call." He exhaled. "So, yes, I loved her." Elena's heart ached for the version of him trapped in that memory. I'm sorry, Alex. He shrugged one shoulder as though sorrow were an old coat he no longer felt. Regret taught me control. If I can't stop the world, I manage what I can. And now you want to manage me? I want to protect you from what hurt her. He touched the frame of the painting, fingertips lingering. But I see you don't need saving. That makes me admire you more. Admiration felt too close to worship, and worship felt like pressure. She stepped back, needing space, but bumped into a pedestal holding a small bronze sculpture. He steadied the base before it wobbled, his hand brushing hers. Heat traveled up her arm. I should keep moving, she murmured, uncertain whether she meant through the gallery or away from him entirely. He gestured toward an alcove where a velvet love seat faced a floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the river. Sit with me for a moment. She hesitated, then crossed the room, sinking into the plush cushion. City lights rippled on the water beyond the glass. He sat beside her, leaving an intentional gap, as though giving her latitude to flee. Do you feel cornered? He asked softly. I'm not sure what I feel, she said. Part of me wants to run. Part of me wants to stay. Stay, he whispered, the word a plea wrapped in restraint. Silence expanded until she broke it. Tell me something you've never told anyone. He startled, then huffed a low laugh, throwing my own challenge back at me. You asked for honesty, she said. So do I. He pressed a hand to his chest just above his heart. After Lila died, I checked into a clinic for exhaustion. The truth, it wasn't exhaustion. I'd stopped caring whether I woke up. He exhaled, gaze fixed on his clenched hand. Money couldn't fix that. She reached almost involuntarily, covering his hand with hers. You did wake up. I did, he said, voice rough. But survival isn't living. Then I saw you, wiping windows at midnight, humming under your breath, like the world hadn't crushed you yet. I felt color again. Her throat tightened. You've built me into something bigger than I am. Only because you refuse to see how extraordinary you are. He flipped his hand, threading their fingers. Let me be in your life, Elena. She didn't pull away, but her voice trembled. On what terms? The ones we write together. He released her hand, produced a slim fountain pen from his pocket, and held it out. Edit the contract. Cross out anything that feels wrong. Add what you need. She took the pen, weight cool in her palm. You'll accept my changes? I'll read them. If they protect you, yes. And if they limit you? His smile was small, self-mocking. That may be the price. She returned the pen. I'll consider. He leaned back, a measure of tension easing. Let me show you one last piece. He rose, offering his hand. She hesitated, then stood without taking it. He led her to a shadowed corner, where a single spotlight illuminated a narrow canvas. A woman painted in sweeping strokes, hands covering her face, one eye peeking through fingers. The palette was subdued, grays, soft whites, but the hidden eye gleamed gold. She painted this after escaping an abusive home, Alexander said. She called it permission. She told me she didn't need permission to survive, but she needed it to live. Elena traced the air near the canvas, fingers trembling. She looks frightened and brave at the same time. You remind me of her, too. Alexander's voice settled low behind her shoulder. Frightened of what could be lost, brave enough to reach anyway. She turned, meeting his gaze at close range. Candlelight reflected in his pale irises, making them flicker like glass over flame. I need to leave, she whispered. He nodded, stepping back. May I walk you to the subway? I'll be fine. At least allow my driver to wait discreetly in case you change your mind. She sighed. All right. They walked toward the entrance. James appeared, silent as a shadow, holding Elena's messenger bag. She hadn't noticed leaving it behind. He offered it with a polite nod. Safe travels, Miss Martinez. Thank you. Her cheeks warmed. She shot Alexander a questioning glance. James ensures forgetfulness doesn't cost opportunity, Alexander murmured. Outside, night wind whipped her coat. Alexander walked her to the curb where a black sedan idled. He opened the door, but didn't urge her inside. Text me when you get home, he said. I don't have your number. He produced a phone, tapped, then handed it to her. A new contact already filled the screen. Alexander Blake. She pressed save and returned the phone. You still hold all the power, she said. Half accusation, half acknowledgement. His breath misted in the cold. I'm offering to share it. She stepped back. Power shared is still power. And love without power? He asked. Does it exist? She shook her head softly. Love isn't a ledger, Alex. She turned, heading toward the subway entrance. His voice followed. Let me earn your trust, Elena. She didn't answer, descending the stairs two at a time. On the platform, she checked her phone. A new message. I will wait as long as it takes. A. She thumbed a terse reply. Home soon. Then tucked the phone away. The southbound train roared in, metallic scream echoing her whirling thoughts. She boarded, finding a seat beside a sleeping commuter. As the train lurched forward, she opened her bag, pulling out the edited contract she'd slipped inside earlier. She clicked the pen and began crossing lines. Section 3.2, Emotional Exclusivity. Section 4.1, Availability Beyond Business Hours. Section 6.0, Non-disclosure without term limit. She added clauses: weekly family time, emotional boundaries, mutual consent review every 6 months. Ink bled across the pristine pages. With each stroke, she felt adrenaline steady into resolve. She wasn't erasing Alexander's offer. She was rewriting it. At her stop, she exited, climbing cracked stairs to street level. The night felt colder, but her breath came easier. She walked the final block home, thoughts buzzing. Tomorrow she would present her terms. He might refuse, he might negotiate, he might retaliate. But the act of revising the contract had handed her back something vital. Choice. In his penthouse, Alexander stood by the window, phone in hand. 3 little dots appeared beneath Elena's last message. Typing. Then a new text popped up. I have revisions. We can talk tomorrow. He exhaled, tension easing into something softer than victory, warmer than patience. He typed one word. Agreed. Across the city, Elena entered the apartment quietly. Her mother slept on the sofa, scarf half-knit slipping from her fingers. Elena tucked the blanket, pressed a kiss to her mother's forehead, then retreated to her corner. She pinned the edited contract on the corkboard above her desk, a visual reminder of boundaries. Sliding beneath the quilt, she closed her eyes. Instead of Alexander's intense gaze, she pictured the painting called Permission, the hidden eye, brave and afraid. She understood now. Permission wasn't given. It was claimed. She drifted to sleep with the pen still in her hand, ink smudging her palm like a promise she intended to keep. Elena woke before dawn, the city still muffled by fog, her edited contract pinned above her desk like a dare. She brewed stale coffee and reread every clause, searching for cracks in her resolve. Ink streaks crossed Alexander's original language, her own neat handwriting filling margins with demands: family health coverage, scheduled breaks, mutual review. Seeing her requirements in black and white steadied her, but a tremor of uncertainty lingered. Would he laugh? Refuse? Or worse, agree and still manipulate the edges? She dressed in her tailored uniform and left the apartment quietly. On the subway, she rehearsed the conversation, palms slick against the metal pole. When the train surfaced over the East River, sunrise painted the water rose gold. A shard of hope pierced the anxiety. Maybe, just maybe, this negotiation could create something neither ownership nor surrender, something balanced. Blake Tower's lobby buzzed with early executives clutching lattes and agendas. Marla stood by security, frowning at a new ID reader installed overnight. "Morning," Elena greeted. Marla's gaze softened. "You're on the VIP list now. They upgraded your badge. It won't flag security anymore." Elena scanned in, the gate opened smoothly. "Another surprise," she muttered. "Be careful with surprises," Marla said, voice low. "They're rarely free." Elena pocketed her badge. "I know." She found James waiting at the executive elevator. He studied her face as though measuring resolve. "Good morning, Miss Martinez. Mr. Blake asked me to escort you to his office at 9 sharp. I planned to see him anyway." James offered a small, sympathetic smile. "I assumed." The elevator ride felt longer than usual, each floor a beat of her heart. On 38, James led her past staff cubicles into Alexander's private office. Sunlight slanted through the panoramic windows, illuminating polished surfaces. Alexander stood by the desk, jacket off, sleeves rolled, reading numbers on a slim tablet. He looked up, expression unreadable, and nodded to James, who disappeared quietly, closing the door behind him. Elena approached, holding the folder like a shield. Alexander's gaze flicked to it, then back to her eyes. "Coffee?" he offered, gesturing to a carafe. "No, thank you," she said. "I'd like to discuss the contract." He set the tablet aside, motioning to a pair of leather chairs facing each other near the windows. "Sit." She chose the chair furthest from him, laid the folder on her lap, and breathed deep. "I've made revisions, significant ones. I expected as much." She opened the folder, sliding the papers across the small table between them. Alexander leaned forward, scanning the first page. His brow furrowed at the crossed-out exclusivity clause, relaxed at her addition of weekly family time, tightened again at her 6-month review condition. "So many boundaries," he murmured. "Healthy ones," she replied. "You said we'd write this together." His fingers traced one of her handwritten notes. "Emotional autonomy must be respected." He looked up. "I agree in principle, but I need you safe. Public events can be dangerous." "I understand risk," she said, "but I won't sign away my independence." He studied her quietly, the space between them pulsing with tension. "I accept your family clause," he said finally, scribbling his initials, "and the 6-month review. But emotional exclusivity," his pen paused. "I need trust." "Trust isn't paperwork," she said softly. "It's proven." He exhaled, leaning back. "Then let's test it." He struck a line through the exclusivity clause himself, writing, instead, "Mutual honesty, no secrecy about other relationships." He initialed again. "Does that suffice?" She blinked, surprised. "For now." They continued point by point. He accepted her demand for scheduled time off, but added an emergency availability caveat for critical business crises, which she agreed to after specifying a cap on frequency. She insisted on retaining personal social media. He allowed it under private settings. An hour passed in that steady volley of give and take until the document lay between them, covered in ink from both pens, messy, imperfect, alive. Alexander set his pen down. "Final clause," he said. "Relocation." He pointed to a paragraph she'd left intact. "I want you in a safe, company-owned apartment. I can't abandon my family. They can move with you, full medical support for your mother, school assistance for your brother." Elena folded her hands, tension knotting her shoulders. "That's life-changing, but overwhelming." "We have resources," he said. "Let me apply them." She looked past him at the skyline, searching for clarity. "It sounds generous. It also sounds like dependency." "Dependence can be mutual," he said. "You think I don't need you? I haven't slept a full night in years until 2 nights ago after our dinner." The confession caught her off guard. "Why?" He hesitated, as though choosing vulnerability over pride. "Because for the first time the future felt less empty. Emotion pooled in her chest, warm, dangerous. She forced focus. Let me think on relocation. I need their consent. Of course, he signed the relocation clause but wrote conditional on acceptance. Take the revised contract. Show your family. Consult whoever you trust. She gathered the pages, sliding them back into the folder. Thank you for listening. He gave a half smile. Negotiations are my life. I'm glad to finally negotiate about something that matters. She stood. He rose too. For a moment they faced each other, the ink-stained contract between them a fragile bridge. What happens now? She asked. We breathe. He stepped closer, voice low. Tonight you go home. Think. Tomorrow, you'll decide. She tried to step back, but the chair blocked her. He brushed a lock of hair behind her ear, fingertips feather light. Her heartbeat thundered. She didn't move away. A soft knock interrupted. James entered, tablet in hand, eyes flicking to Elena's flushed cheeks before settling on Alexander. The Zurich call is ready. Alexander's hand dropped. Thank you. He held Elena's gaze a beat longer. We'll talk tomorrow. She nodded, clutching the folder, and left the office. James accompanied her to the elevator, silent until the doors closed. Are you satisfied with the revisions? He asked quietly. I think so, she said. You seem concerned. The last person who tried to set limits with him was a board member. It ended abruptly. He cleared his throat. I'm sure your case is different. She studied his composed expression. Are you warning me or asking me to watch out for him? Both, he said as the doors opened. Be careful. Back on the staff floor, whispers trailed her steps. Someone had leaked news of her new role. A junior accountant smirked, murmuring gold digger under his breath. Heat flared in her cheeks, but she walked on, reminding herself rumors couldn't define her. She found Marla in the break room, stirring tea. You look like you survived a board meeting, Marla said. Close. Elena poured water, hands shaking only slightly. We negotiated terms. Marla raised brows. He let you? We argued. We compromised. Compromise with a billionaire sounds like surrender in installments. Elena sighed. I don't know what I've gotten into, but at least my pen is on the page. Marla squeezed her shoulder. If you need backup, I'm here. Even if he buys the planet. Thank you. Work dragged. She polished already gleaming conference tables, but her mind replayed every negotiation line. By mid-afternoon, fatigue settled deep. She signed out early, another perk delivered by HR with suspicious swiftness, and took a cab home, wary of the black sedan trailing her for 2 blocks before turning off. At her apartment, her brother Leo met her at the door, clutching an envelope. Mail came. He waved a thick packet with Blake Industries letterhead. Should I worry? Elena's stomach dipped. She opened it at the kitchen table. Inside lay a company-branded tablet and a folder labeled Relocation Proposal. A sticky note in Alexander's handwriting read, Only for review. No obligation. A. She exhaled, half amused, half irritated at his speed. Her mother entered, cardigan draped over frail shoulders, eyebrows rising at the luxurious packaging. Carino, what is this? A potential job upgrade, Elena said, summarizing carefully. Higher pay, new apartment, medical coverage. Her mother's eyes welled when Elena mentioned full treatment. But this man, he must want something. He wants me to work for him directly, Elena said, leaving out the deeper layers. I set boundaries. He accepted most. Her mother reached for her hand. You've carried us so long? If this eases your burden, maybe accept. But only if your heart agrees. Elena squeezed back, reassured by the quiet strength in her mother's voice. I won't rush. That evening she powered on the tablet. Files opened to floor plans of a 3-bedroom apartment overlooking Central Park. Expenses covered. 24-hour health services. She scrolled, dizzy. It was everything she dreamed of, delivered on a velvet platter anchored by invisible chains. A notification pinged video call request from Alexander. She hesitated, then answered. His face filled the screen, city lights behind him. "I'm sorry to intrude," he said. "I wanted to ensure the proposal arrived." "It did," she said, voice calm though her pulse raced. "It's impressive." "It's negotiable," he said quickly. "If the location doesn't suit, we can find another." "I haven't agreed yet." "I know," he said softer. "I just needed you to see possibilities." She tilted the screen to show her dim kitchen, peeling paint and flickering bulb. "This is my reality." "I don't judge," he said. "I do," she replied. "Upgrading my life overnight feels unnatural. Change often does." "Control often does," she countered. He ran a hand through his hair. "I'm trying to give, not control." "It can be both," she said, not unkindly. Silence stretched, heavy but not hostile. Finally he spoke. "Will you meet me tomorrow after your shift?" "Neutral ground. There's a cafe on Green Street. Public, no drivers." "Okay," she said. "I'll bring the revised contract." His shoulders lowered in relief. "Thank you." After the call, Elena sat at the table long after the tablet went dark. She spread the proposal, her edits, his concessions. Her brother hummed from the living room, gaming console clicks echoing. Her mother dozed with soft breaths. The world outside seemed poised on the edge of snow. She considered writing pros and cons, but instead whispered them. Security, intrusion, love, possession, choice. She gathered papers, slid them into her bag, and readied for bed. But before turning off the light, she clicked open the relocation file once more and stared at the digital rendering of a sunlit balcony. She imagined her mother knitting there, Leo finishing homework at a real desk. Tears blurred the image. She wiped them away, closed the tablet, and crawled under the quilt. Decision deferred but approaching like dawn over the rooftops. Across the river, Alexander paced his darkened study. He'd promised himself patience, yet the proposal delivery felt premature even to him. Patience was a lesson he'd relearn. He paused at the window, city glimmering, and forced a slow breath. She needed room. He could give her one night, but he couldn't stop the quiet thrill that tomorrow she would meet him. Public setting, her terms. Each boundary she wrote only deepened his conviction. She wasn't a possession to keep, but a partner to match. And he was willing to bend every rule he'd built if it meant she'd stand beside him willingly. Outside, thin snow began to drift beneath streetlights, softening the harsh angles of the city. Alexander watched the first flakes dissolve on the glass and thought, maybe change could be gentle after all, if he let it. Elena's shift passed in a blur of whispers and sideways glances. Rumor had traveled fast. By noon, she was fielding speculative questions from co-workers she barely knew. She answered with practiced neutrality, though her pulse thumped each time someone said the word promotion like it was code for something illicit. Marla caught up to her in the supply room, arms folded, gaze sharp but kind. "Big meeting tonight?" Marla asked. "Cafe on Green, 5 o'clock. "Public enough." Marla handed her a folded note. "My cell. If anything feels off, call, no matter the hour." Elena tucked the paper into her pocket, warmth blooming in her chest. "You'll be the first to know." Snow dusted the sidewalks when she left Blake Towers at 4:45, contract snug in her messenger bag. She walked the 10 blocks to Green Street, breathing in cold air spiced with roasted chestnuts from a corner cart. The cafe glowed ahead. Brick walls, fogged windows. The murmur of early patrons. Inside, the scent of espresso and cinnamon mingled with quiet acoustic music. Alexander sat at a table near the back, coat draped over the chair beside him, sleeves rolled. No security in sight. Just him, tapping a finger against a porcelain cup. She slid into the seat opposite. "I'm on time." "I never doubted," he said, offering a tentative smile. "I took the liberty of ordering chamomile tea for you." "Thank you." She noticed he drank plain coffee tonight. No scotch, no trappings of power. Just simplicity. It disarmed her more than any grand gesture. She placed the folder on the table. Here, revised again, but only minor changes. He opened it, scanning the pages swiftly, years of boardroom practice in every flick of his eyes. You added a clause about press boundaries. If paparazzi get photos of my family, you handle fallout. No aggressive countersuits, no intimidation. Just safety. He signed the margin without hesitation. Agreed. She watched his pen flow across the paper. You're giving up control more easily than I expected. I'm trading control for trust, he said. Trust, he said. Trust is rarer. Silence thickened, broken only by the clink of cups at nearby tables. Elena wrapped her hands around her warm mug, grounding herself. I still don't know if I'm stepping into a cage. A door, he corrected gently. One you can open or close. What if I step through and regret it? Then we renegotiate or you walk away, I'll honor that. She searched his face for deceit and found only earnest tension. My family is my first priority. Then they're mine as well. His quick reassurance tugged at something inside her. She breathed out. I accept the job. I'll move, but only after the first week to ease the transition. Relief flashed across his features, so raw it startled her. He slid the final page forward. Sign, and I'll countersign. Her hand shook a little as she pressed pen to paper, looping her name across the line. She hadn't expected the rush of emotion, fear, excitement, a dizzy sense of possibility. Alexander signed next, his script bold. He set the pen down carefully as though the moment might shatter. For transparency, he said, you should know. I've arranged for your mother's prescriptions to be delivered tonight. A gesture, not an obligation. She blinked, throat tight. You move fast. I move where it matters. Their gazes locked, unsaid questions buzzing between them. What are we now? Employer and employee? Something more precarious? The waitress approached with the bill. Alexander paid in cash, leaving a generous tip. When they stood, he offered his arm. She hesitated, then slipped her hand into the crook of his elbow. Heat radiated through the fabric of his coat. Outside, snow fell thicker, muffling street noise. A line of cabs crawled by, headlights hazed by flakes. Alexander paused beneath the awning. I know you prefer independence, but the sidewalks are icy. Let me walk you to the subway. She nodded. They strolled side by side, steps crunching softly. At the station entrance, he stopped. Street lamps glazed the snow on his hair with faint silver. Tomorrow morning, HR will contact you about paperwork. Take your time. I will. She squeezed the folder against her chest. I should thank you, but gratitude feels dangerous. Then don't thank me, he said, voice low. Just meet me halfway. An impulse surged. Part hunger, part courage. She rose on tiptoe and pressed a brief kiss to his cheek. His breath caught, and his eyes darkened like storm clouds gathering. She stepped back quickly. That's halfway, she whispered. He lifted her hand, kissed her knuckles. Then I'll find the other half. She laughed under her breath, surprised at the softness between them. Good night, Alex. Good night, Elena. She descended the stairs, heart hammering, the echo of his promise following her into the tiled tunnel. On the train home, she reread the signed pages, ink still fresh. Each clause felt like a stepping stone across a river whose depth she couldn't see. But the signature line glowed with potential. At her stop, snow coated the sidewalks in a clean hush. She hurried upstairs, breath fogging. Inside, the apartment smelled of tomato soup. Her brother looked up from the stove, brand new prescription bags on the counter. Delivery guy said it's all covered, he said, amazement bright in his eyes. Her mother sat at the table, scarf knitted halfway, tears glistening. Is it true, Mihija? No more bills? Elena set the contract down, pages fanning across the table like wings. It's true, but it comes with change. We're moving. Somewhere safer, bigger. Her mother stood, wobbling slightly. Elena caught her, supporting fragile shoulders. "Wherever you lead, I follow," she whispered. Later, when the apartment had quieted and Leo's laughter faded into sleep, Elena stepped onto the fire escape. Snow layered the metal grating, cold seeping through her socks. She held the signed contract up to the city lights. Headlamps of distant traffic flashed through the paper, illuminating their two names entwined. Somewhere across the skyline, Alexander was likely, pacing, planning, waiting. She traced her signature with a fingertip, feeling its permanence and its power. A shiver ran through her, not from the cold but from the knowledge that nothing would be the same. She folded the contract carefully, pressed it to her heart, then looked out over the white, dusted rooftops. In the hush of falling snow, she whispered a single word, permission, and felt the door behind her click open on its new hinges. Below, a lone black sedan idled at the curb, engine purring like a patient promise. Elena stared at the glowing headlights for a long moment, then turned back inside, shutting the window against the night. Tomorrow, the real negotiations, those of the heart, would begin. The hallway echoed with the unfamiliar hush of money. Elena stepped inside the new apartment first, flipping on a switch that flooded the marble foyer with warm light. No peeling paint, no sputtering bulb, just soft illumination gliding across smooth walls and high ceilings. Her mother followed, one hand braced on Leo's shoulder. They paused as though afraid the space might vanish if they breathed too loudly. Elena set her messenger bag on a glass console and forced her voice into something that sounded like calm. "Welcome home." Her mother's eyes shone. "Dios mío, it's beautiful." She touched a wall as though testing if it were solid. "Smells new." Leo bolted past her, sneakers squeaking. "There's 2 bathrooms," he called from down the hall, disbelief ringing in his voice. "And the kitchen has one of those fridges with a screen." Elena exhaled, tension she'd carried for years easing half an inch. Moving crews Alexander hired had finished an hour earlier, furniture chosen by an interior designer, after Elena vetoed half the catalog, now filled each room. Nothing ostentatious, but everything pristine. She still half expected a landlord to appear demanding proof they belonged. A gentle knock sounded. She opened the door to find Alexander, dressed in a black coat against the December cold, holding a slim box wrapped in silver paper. He offered it almost shyly. "For your mother," he said. Elena's heart thudded. "You didn't need to bring gifts." "Indulgence is my default," he replied, soft amusement flickering. "May I come in?" She stepped aside. When her mother saw him, she straightened, smoothing her cardigan. "Senor Blake," she greeted, voice trembling. "Please call me Alexander." He presented the box. A small welcome. Her mother unwrapped it carefully. Inside lay a silk scarf in deep teal, embroidered with tiny gold leaves. She pressed it to her cheek, tears misting. "It's lovely." Alexander's gaze gentled. "I thought the color would suit you." Elena noticed Leo standing in the hallway entrance, excitement dimming into uncertainty. Alexander crouched to eye level. "I hear you like video games," he said. "I stocked the study with a console. If something's missing, let me know." Leo's jaw dropped. "Seriously?" "Seriously," Alexander replied, "but only after homework." Leo shot Elena an incredulous grin before disappearing down the hall. Elena's mother retreated to her bedroom, scarf clutched like a talisman, giving them privacy through quiet kindness. Elena turned to Alexander. "You're very good at making people feel seen." "Observation is survival," he said. "And I care how you and your family live." She searched his face for performative warmth and found none, only genuine intent edged with intensity. "Would you like tea?" she asked, defaulting to courtesy. He shook his head. "I can't stay long. Meetings." His gaze swept the room, Your designer chose well. She deferred to me on most things, Elena said. I wanted comfort, not a museum. You succeed at both. Silence pooled, heavy with unsaid things. He lowered his voice. I'd like to show you my home tonight. Full transparency. Your penthouse? And what lies behind it? His eyes held hers, invitation wrapped in warning. 8 o'clock? She nodded, pulse quickening. I'll come. Driver will wait, but you set the pace. He glanced toward the bedrooms where her family explored. Thank you for trusting me with them. I haven't decided how much trust costs yet. He smiled faintly. Then tonight is down payment. He reached into his coat, retrieving a velvet pouch, and placed it on the console. Keys to the building amenities and a second phone. Private line between us only. She arched a brow. Monitoring or convenience? Whichever makes you answer. The honesty startled a laugh from her. He seemed to cherish the sound, eyes softening before he straightened. 8 then. He exited, coat swirling, leaving the apartment suddenly too quiet. Elena closed the door and pressed her back to it, heart pounding. The near-ordinary domestic exchange felt surreal, like a scene lifted from someone else's life. She checked the time. Hours till 8. Enough to settle her family, enough to second-guess everything. She guided her mother through the apartment, a bedroom with a bay window, an ensuite bathroom with grab bars already installed. Her mother touched each accommodation with gratitude that tightened Elena's chest. They unpacked sweaters and photo frames, the scent of cardboard mixing with faint new paint aroma. Elena found herself narrating safe details, square footage, appliance instructions, while omitting that the man financing all of it watched her sleep on hidden monitors. Later, she prepared a simple dinner, tomato soup and grilled cheese, comfort in an upscale kitchen. They ate around a glossy walnut table. Her mother caught Elena's gaze. He is very considerate. Elena swallowed, unsure how to explain darkness hidden beneath generosity. He pays attention. Attention can be love, her mother said softly. Or danger. I know. Elena squeezed her mother's hand. I'll keep us safe. Snow started after sunset, fine flakes drifting past the windows. Elena dressed in soft gray slacks and a cream sweater, respectable, not provocative, and brushed her hair into a low knot. At 7:55, the building's concierge rang. Your car is waiting, Miss Martinez. She kissed her mother's cheek, promised Leo she'd text, and rode the elevator down. The sedan glided through quiet streets dusted with white, stopping in the private garage beneath Alexander's building. James stood at the elevator, an umbrella in hand. Evening, he greeted. He's in the library, awaiting you. Elena stepped inside the elevator. James pressed the top floor. How is your family adjusting? He asked. Grateful, she said, overwhelmed. That's natural. James's expression softened. Mr. Blake means well, even when his methods seem sweeping. That's a diplomatic word, she murmured. James offered a rueful smile. Diplomacy is survival too. The elevator doors opened onto a marble vestibule. James stayed behind as Elena entered a hallway lit by recessed lamps. The air smelled faintly of cedar and old books. Farther in, glass panels revealed the city glittering beneath an indigo sky. She found Alexander in a 2-story library, shelves of leather-bound volumes climbing to a coffered ceiling. A fire crackled in a modern hearth. He stood by a table where 2 glasses of red wine waited. He wore dark trousers and a navy sweater, hair slightly tousled as though he'd run impatient fingers through it. He turned, tension loosening from his shoulders at the sight of her. You came. I said I would. Her gaze swept the room. This is beautiful. Sanctuary, he said, gesturing her closer. She crossed the plush rug, aware the flame's warmth against her back. He offered a glass. She hesitated. He noticed. Juice, maybe? He poured pomegranate from a crystal decanter. She accepted. He lifted his wine. 2 new chapters written together. Their glasses clinked softly. She sipped, tart sweetness grounding her. He set his wine down. Let me show you something. He walked to a shelf and pulled a book. Its removal triggered a click. A hidden panel slid open, revealing a narrow doorway. He held a hand out. Trust me. Her pulse spiked. She set her glass down, wiped damp palms on her slacks, and slipped her hand into his. Warmth enveloped her fingers. His grip was gentle, yet possessive. He led her down 3 steps into a smaller chamber, lined with photos, paintings, a single leather chair. Soft lighting bathed everything in golden hush. She released his hand to trace a framed photo of Alexander and a woman with laughing eyes, motorcycle helmets under their arms. Lila, he said behind her. The fiancé you lost. He nodded, voice low. I keep this room for memories I can't release. Showing it is difficult. She turned, heart aching at the vulnerability in his eyes. Thank you for trusting me. She stepped closer, drawn by the gravity between them. You don't have to hide her from me. Part of me wants to. He brushed a knuckle down the photo's edge. Because you wake something different. What do I wake? Hope, he whispered. And fear. She felt it too. Hope that this dark thing between them might become light. Fear that it could devour her instead. He looked at her, pale eyes reflecting the low amber light. Something raw surfaced, longing unmasked by control. She swallowed. Show me more. He gestured to a painting propped on an easel, swirling blues, a streak of crimson like a heartbeat. Gravity, he murmured, echoing the gallery night. I bought it to remind me that life can stop mid-fall. He hesitated, then reached into a drawer and withdrew a small velvet box. There's something else. She stiffened. Alex, I can't. It's not jewelry. He opened it to reveal a simple key engraved with a star. Library door. It locks from inside. Only you will have a copy besides me. A key, not a diamond. Still, symbolism coiled heavy around it. Access, intimacy, power shared. She accepted it, weight surprisingly real. Why me? Because I need someone who can call me back from the edge, he said. Someone unafraid to see my broken parts. Emotion welled in her throat. She slipped the key into her pocket, fingers brushing cool metal. I don't know if I'm strong enough. You already are. He stepped closer. Heat radiated between them, attention like static before lightning. His gaze flicked to her lips, then back to her eyes. Slowly, he raised a hand, waiting for permission. She nodded. His fingertips traced the curve of her jaw, feather light, sending shivers down her spine. She closed the distance a fraction, breath mingling with his. The room narrowed to his scent, cedar, wine, and something uniquely him. Her heart hammered so loud she feared he'd hear. His hand slid to the nape of her neck, gentle but firm. Their lips hovered a whisper apart. Her voice broke the hush. What happens if we cross this line? His breath shuddered. Everything changes. She tilted her head, barely brushing his mouth. The contact was electric, hardly a kiss at all, yet more powerful than any embrace she'd known. He inhaled sharply, grip tightening, but he didn't press forward. Instead, he pulled back, eyes dark with desire and fear, in equal measure. I can't, he whispered, voice rough. Not yet. Disappointment flared, quickly replaced by a strange relief. Because you're afraid of losing control. And of losing you, he admitted, anguish flickering. If I take too much, you'll run. She touched his chest, feeling the rapid thud beneath his sweater. I'm here. His eyes closed as though the words soothed. When he opened them, resolve glimmered. "Let me show you something lighter." He guided her back into the library, retrieving her juice and his wine. They settled on a sofa near the fire. He spoke of books he loved as a child, the first deal he brokered at 21, the night terror that still woke him. Lila's last voicemail, replayed in dreams. Elena listened, interjecting stories of her own. Late shifts cleaning college dorms, reading poetry aloud to her mother during chemo, the night her father walked out. Their stories braided in the glow of flame and wine, weaving intimacy deeper than skin. Hours slipped. At midnight, James's soft knock reminded them of time. Alexander walked her to the elevator. They lingered outside the doors, tension eased but not erased. He brushed knuckles over her cheek. "Thank you for seeing me. Thank you for letting me." She managed a small smile. "We'll figure the rest out." "Tomorrow," he promised. The elevator carried her down. In the car, she pressed a hand to her chest, warmth still blooming from his almost kiss. At home, her family slept peacefully. She set the key on her bedside table, metal gleaming under lamplight like a silent vow. Crawling beneath the duvet, she closed her eyes to the memory of his breath against her lips, wondering what new gravity now tethered them both. Across the city, Alexander stood alone in the hidden room, fingers resting on the photo of Lila. He whispered a soft apology, then shut off the light, leaving the past in darkness, while the future glowed in the shape of a woman who held the key to more than a door. Morning light spilled through the floor-to-ceiling windows, washing the apartment in soft gold. Elena woke before her alarm, the luxurious sheets unfamiliar against her skin. For a long moment, she lay still, listening for the familiar chorus of leaky pipes and honking cars. Only silence greeted her. The quiet felt decadent and faintly unsettling, like living in someone else's daydream. She slipped out of bed, padded barefoot to the kitchen, and brewed coffee in a sleek machine that did half the work for her. The rich scent filled the air, and she poured 2 mugs. Her mother shuffled in, cardigan draped over her nightdress, eyes wide with sleepy wonder. Elena offered the second cup. "How did you sleep?" "Too well," her mother murmured, sinking onto a bar stool. "I kept waiting for sirens. All I heard was nothing." "That's the point," Elena said. Though she knew the hush came at its own price, she noticed her mother's scarf, Alexander's gift, draped over the back of the chair. The teal silk glimmered in the dawn. Leo barreled into the kitchen, hair sticking up. "Mom, there's a gym downstairs." He hopped from foot to foot. "They have a pool." "After homework," Elena reminded, echoing Alexander's words. She ruffled Leo's hair, pretending not to feel the strange echo of the billionaire in her everyday language. "I start my new role today." Her mother reached for her hand. "Be careful, mihija. Money can be a maze." "I've got a map," Elena said, squeezing back. She didn't mention that the map's edges were still sketchy at best. She dressed in the charcoal pencil skirt and pale blue blouse HR had delivered yesterday. Business casual, flattering, subtly expensive. She pinned her name badge reading personal liaison, felt a thrill of disbelief, and left instructions for dinner. The concierge already knew her destination. A black sedan waited at the curb, but she gave the driver a small smile. "I'll take the subway. Need to feel the city." He nodded without argument, and she descended into the familiar rumble of underground tunnels. Commuters jostled, the train screeched, and she clung to the metal pole, grateful for the grounding press of bodies and noise. Yet even here, she caught herself checking her reflection in the dark window, imagining Alexander's reaction. At Blake Towers, the lobby security waved her through with brisk deference. HR ushered her into a conference room where paperwork waited, non-disclosure updates, health insurance forms, corporate credit card agreements. She signed with steady hand, though her stomach fluttered. The HR manager, Miss Chen, explained benefits in a crisp tone, then handed Elena a slim phone. Direct line to Mr. Blake only. Emergency use preferred? Elena slipped it into her handbag, pulse jumping. James arrived at 9 on the dot, tablet in hand. Orientation Part 2, he said with a small smile. Your office. She blinked. I have an office? Adjacent to Mr. Blake's. He led her to the executive floor, past art she'd only dusted a month ago. A glass door now bore her name. Inside, a minimalist desk, 2 chairs, a window view of the Hudson. A vase of fresh lilies perfumed the air. Flowers? She asked. From Mr. Blake, James said. He prefers lilies, symbol of renewal. She set her bag down, smoothing invisible wrinkles from her skirt. And my first task? A strategy briefing at 10 in his study. He wanted privacy. James held her gaze a little too long, concern flickering. If you need counsel, HR or otherwise, my door is open. Thank you, she said, appreciating the cautious kindness. He left. Elena inhaled the lilies scent, exhaled nerves, and powered up her workstation. Calendar invites already populated. Luncheon with marketing, tour of operations, evening board reception. Alexander's fingerprints marked every hour. At 9:55, she crossed the hall to Alexander's private office. The door whispered shut behind her, cocooning them in soft light and city panorama. He stood at the window, jacket off, navy vest tailored to his frame. Seeing her reflection, he turned, a slow smile easing tension in his features. Good morning, he said, voice husky with sleeplessness. Morning, she replied, nerves tingling. You look tired. I didn't sleep. He gestured to the sofa. She sat. He remained standing, restless energy coiling beneath his composed exterior. I kept thinking about last night. Me too. She folded her hands in her lap. You invited me for a strategy briefing? He huffed a soft laugh. Brutal honesty, I wanted to see you. He moved to the desk, tapped a folder. But yes, board reception tonight, I'd like you beside me. Support role or trophy? She asked, arching a brow. His lips curved. Sharpshooter, some directors are circling a risky acquisition. Your perspective might steady the room. Or rile it, she said, and either helps me gauge loyalties. He sat on the edge of the desk, knees almost touching hers. Will you come? She considered. I will if we leave by 10. My brother's first day at his new school starts early. Done. He brushed a strand of hair from her shoulder, thumb grazing her collarbone. The feather-light touch seared. His gaze dropped to her lips, then slid away. You make focus difficult. Maybe you need coffee, she whispered, but her pulse raced. He reached for a silver thermos, already had 3. He unscrewed the lid, poured into a mug, offered it. Their fingers brushed. Heat pulsed up her arm. A door clicked. James entered, eyes flicking between them. Apologies. Zurich, call in 2 minutes. Alexander's posture shifted, mask snapping into place. Secure the line. James inclined his head and left. Elena rose. I'll review tonight's agenda. He caught her hand, gentle yet insistent. One thing. He drew her closer, gaze earnest. I removed the interior cameras from your apartment. Only lobby and hall remain. Relief shot through her. She hadn't known how much the unseen lenses troubled her until they were gone. Thank you. I want transparency to be mutual, he said quietly. If you feel observed, you'll close doors. She squeezed his hand, heart softening. Trust grows both ways. He released her, eyes glinting with something like pride. See you before the reception. Back at her desk, emails piled. She answered queries, scheduled car service for her family's clinic visit, and drafted talking points for the board. The rhythm felt dizzyingly different from mops and glass cleaner, yet oddly natural. By lunch, she'd orchestrated a supply chain meeting and booked Alexander on a panel. Power tasted like espresso, sharp, heady, with a hint of danger. She slipped downstairs to the cafeteria where Marla waited, arms crossed. "Miss Executive," Marla teased, but pride warmed her eyes. "Don't start," Elena said, sliding into the booth. "I'm still me. Looks like you, but shinier." Marla leaned in. "You good?" Elena stirred her soup. "I'm adjusting. He shows me kindness, but always on his terms." "Kindness can be a leash," Marla cautioned. "Make sure you hold it, not the other way around." "I'm trying." Elena lifted her spoon, soup lukewarm. "But sometimes I feel like I stepped onto a ship already at sea." Marla nudged her shoulder. "You've got sea legs." They ate in comfortable silence. Marla eventually checked her watch. "Duty calls. Text me." Back upstairs, Elena prepped briefing documents until early evening. She returned home to help her mother choose a dress for a follow-up clinic visit, then changed into a sleek black sheath Alexander's designer had sent. Modest neckline, subtle shimmer under light. A gold key pendant, her library key, rested at her throat, personal reminder of boundaries. At 7, the car whisked her to the Carlisle ballroom. Alexander greeted her beside the entrance, jaw clenched in anticipation. He wore a tailored black suit, gray tie, cufflinks glinting like captured stars. He handed her a slim binder. "Bedrock acquisition numbers." She scanned quickly. "Leverage ratio is a nightmare." "Precisely." They entered to a murmur of voices and clink of cutlery. Crystal chandeliers bathed the crowd in warm brilliance. Directors eyed her curiously. Alexander introduced her simply as my liaison and stepped back, allowing her to speak. She outlined regulatory hurdles, potential PR fallout, and alternative targets. Murmurs turned respectful. Alexander watched, hands clasped, satisfaction and admiration mixing in his expression. During dessert, a director named Stanton cornered her, voice slick. "You're quite the find, Miss Martinez. Where did Blake discover such talent?" "Talent looks better out of nowhere," she replied evenly. "But nowhere is just Brooklyn with extra bills." Stanton chuckled, eyes narrowing. "Ever consider independent consulting? Some of us pay very well." Alexander appeared, hand resting lightly on Elena's back. "Miss Martinez is well compensated. Enjoy your evening, Stanton." The subtle claim in his tone sent heat to Elena's cheeks, equal parts pride and flush. As the clock neared 10, Alexander guided her to a quiet balcony. Snowflakes drifted past the railing, streetlights turning them gold. City noise hummed far below. He shrugged off his jacket, draped it over her shoulders. "You were exceptional." "Thank you for listening to my terms," she said, pulling the jacket close. It smelled like cedar and him. He brushed a finger over the key pendant. "Symbolic armor?" "Constant reminder," she said, meeting his gaze. "This door opens both ways." Emotion flickered, desire, respect, something softer. He cupped her elbow, drawing her near. Snow landed in his hair, melting. "Tell me if I'm moving too fast." "Fast is relative." She rose onto her toes, lips near his ear. "But I'm not spinning." His breath caught. He turned his head, their mouths inches apart. Warm snow melted on her cheek. The world narrowed to his eyes. Storm cloud dark, vulnerable. She closed the space, brushing her lips against the corner of his mouth. A shy, deliberate, half-kiss. He shuddered, hand tightening on her waist. He angled toward her, but instead of claiming her lips, he rested his forehead against hers. "If I kiss you now," he whispered, "I won't stop." "Not yet," she answered, heart pounding. "Soon," he promised, pulling back. He offered his arm. "Time to go." They exited to murmurs of goodnight. In the car they sat close but didn't touch, the tension between them throbbing louder than any embrace. At her apartment lobby, he walked her to the elevator. "Text when you're inside," he said. "I will." She entered the elevator, watching him through the closing doors, feeling like a spring wound tight. Upstairs, she pecked her mother's cheek, checked Leo's homework, then escaped to her room. She pulled out her phone. Home. Safe. His reply came instantly. Sleep. Dream of tomorrow. She lay in bed, jacket pressed to her chest, replaying the half-kiss. Heat bloomed low in her belly. She drifted to sleep, imagining the moment he would kiss her for real, uncertain whether she hoped for restraint or its undoing. Across the city, Alexander sat in his darkened study, tie loosened, whiskey untouched. He rewound security footage from the ballroom balcony, pausing on the half-kiss. He traced her image on the screen, voice husky. Soon, he echoed, heart thrumming with dangerous, glorious anticipation. Elena woke before sunrise, alert in a way she hadn't felt since childhood Christmas mornings. Her phone buzzed with a single message from Alexander. Breakfast meeting at 8. Casual. She stared at the words, heart fluttering at the informality. No instructions, no agenda, just an invitation that felt almost ordinary. In the kitchen, the coffee machine hissed. Leo appeared in pajamas, hair mussed. Big day, sis. Every day is big lately. She poured him juice. First day at your new school. Nervous? Only about the cafeteria. He smirked. I Googled the menu. There's sushi. Elena laughed, ruffling his hair. Try the sushi once, then maybe pizza. She sent her mother's breakfast upstairs, changed into dark jeans, a cream blouse, and ankle boots. Casual but neat. She pinned the key pendant beneath her collar. Private comfort. The car ride to Blake Towers passed in a blur of winter cityscapes. She took the staff elevator to her floor, but her desk sat empty, save for a note. Rooftop. James. She slipped the note into her pocket and headed to the roof access, where a security guard greeted her and keyed the door. Frost glittered across the rooftop garden Alexander had commissioned. Raised planters, evergreen shrubs, a seating area under heat lamps. Alexander stood near a fire pit, scarf looped casually, breath fogging. Beside him, James poured steaming tea into ceramic cups. Alexander's eyes brightened when he saw her. Morning. Morning, nice secret garden. She approached, accepting a cup from James. I didn't know this existed. Few do. Alexander gestured to a wrought iron table set with fluted plates and covered trays. I needed a space above the chaos. James retreated discreetly to the rooftop door. Alexander lifted the tray lids. Flaky pastries, fresh berries, small bowls of clotted cream. Chef thought finger food would keep us from freezing. Elena bit into a pastry, warmth spreading through her hands and chest. I expected spreadsheets, not croissants. I overused spreadsheets yesterday. He perched on the edge of a bench across from her, eyes soft. You impressed the board. You knew I would. She savored another bite. Why the secret breakfast? I wanted peace with you before noise returns. He glanced at the skyline. And I decided to do something impulsive. Her eyebrows rose. Impulsive sounds dangerous. A hint of a smile. Sometimes danger clarifies priorities. He sipped tea, then set his cup down. After breakfast, I'm visiting St. Anthony's Children's Ward. Donation ceremony. He paused. Come with me? She blinked. I thought you preferred me behind boardroom doors. Children are honest critics. He shrugged. I need an ally who can translate their reactions into improvements. His voice gentled. And I sleep easier when you're nearby. She considered. That's flattering, but borderline possessive. I'm learning the border, he admitted. Will you come? I will. She stood, brushing crumbs from her palm. But only if we take my suggestions seriously. Always. He offered his arm. She hesitated. The rooftop, heat lamps, sunrise horizon felt oddly private, then looped her arm through his. His warmth seeped through wool fabric, sending tiny sparks along her skin. James approached, scarf fluttering. Car's ready, sir. They rode down in the executive elevator, shoulders brushing when the car slowed. At the lobby, photographers waited at a distance, flashbulbs blinking like lightning. Alexander placed a hand on the small of her back, guiding her toward a side exit. She tensed. He removed his hand instantly, eyes apologetic. "The press still follows?" she asked once they'd slipped into the car. "They always will," he said, "but windows are tinted." She peered through the smoked glass. "I worry about my family's privacy." "I've arranged a security detail on your building." He raised a hand at her arc of brows. "Discreet. Only lobby surveillance." Her pulse steadied. "Thank you." At St. Anthony's, volunteers ushered them through bright corridors scented faintly of disinfectant and crayons. Children in wheelchairs decorated ornaments at craft tables. Alexander knelt beside a girl with a shaved head, offering her a star ornament covered in silver glitter. She beamed. Elena watched, surprised at the softness of his expression. Eyes crinkling, voice gentle. He listened to each story, each giggle, as though it were a boardroom pitch. She realized he'd removed his tie, rolled up his sleeves to help cut paper snowflakes. Elena joined a group of boys playing with small drones donated by Blake Tech. She taught them to calibrate the controllers, laughter filling the ward as drones buzzed overhead. Alexander caught her eye across the room, smile warm. After an hour, the hospital director posed for photos. Alexander on one side, Elena on the other, a giant check front and center. Flashbulbs popped. Alexander leaned toward her, whispering, "Coffee in the car?" "Please," she whispered back, cheeks burning from the attention. Outside, snowflakes swirled. She settled into the car, cradling a to-go cup. Alexander shut the door, climbed in after, and the driver pulled into traffic. "You're good with them," she said, sipping. "Children don't scheme." He rubbed a droplet of glitter from his cuff. "They remind me possibility still exists." She studied him. "You never had kids close to you?" "Only investors' photo ops. Lila wanted children." His gaze fell to his clasped hands. "But she feared my life would swallow them whole." Elena reached across the center console, covering his hand. "You could still change." He turned his palm upward, entwining their fingers. "I'm trying." He lifted her hand to his lips, brushed a reverent kiss over her knuckles. Heat rushed to her cheeks. He released her as the driver slowed near Blake Towers. Back at her office, Elena updated event notes and drafted a press release focusing on expanded pediatric wings rather than the donation amount. She texted Marla a photo of the rooftop croissants, adding a caption, "Fancy breakfast, real croissant, still me." Marla replied with a row of dancing emojis. Near 4, James appeared at her door. "Mr. Blake asked me to escort you upstairs at 6 for dinner in the penthouse. Just the two of you." Her pulse fluttered. He said dinner, not strategy? "Dinner," James confirmed, expression unreadable. "I'll call the car." At 6 sharp, she took the private elevator with James. The doors slid open onto a softly lit foyer. James bowed his head and left. Elena stepped inside, heels sinking into plush carpet. Classical music drifted from unseen speakers. Candlelight flickered along the dining room walls, illuminating a table set for 2. Crystal stemware, silver cloches, a single vase of lilies. Alexander emerged from his library, sweater replaced by a charcoal shirt open at the collar, sleeves pushed to forearms. He paused, drinking in her appearance. Dark green dress hugging her curves, key pendant resting above the neckline. "You look breathtaking," he said, genuine awe softening his voice. "And the key suits you." "I almost left it at home," she admitted, "and I'm glad you didn't." He pulled out her chair. They sat, and a server briefly entered to remove the cloches, seared salmon, roasted vegetables, her favorite lemon herb aroma rising with steam, then disappeared. They ate, conversation weaving between the children's ward, her family's first snowfall view from the balcony, and his plans for a STEM scholarship. Halfway through dessert, honeyed panna cotta, Alexander set his spoon down, pushing the plate aside. "There's something I need to tell you," he said. Candlelight cast shadows beneath his eyes. About my father. She folded her napkin, listening. He was brilliant, cold, expected perfect grades, perfect manners. When I was 11, I broke a vase. He made me stand barefoot on the shards until my feet bled, to learn cost. Alexander's jaw flexed. I decided control was safer than punishment. Elena's chest tightened. No child deserves that. I vowed never to become him, but obsession. It can mimic control. He searched her eyes. I fear hurting you by holding too tight. She reached across the table, lacing their fingers. The fact you worry means you won't. Fear isn't always rational, he whispered. She rose, skirt brushing chair legs, and circled to his side. He turned in his seat. She knelt, unbuckling his cuff, exposing a faint scar along his wrist. She kissed the mark. His breath hissed. Taking his hand, she placed it over her heartbeat. Feel that, it's steady. He stood in one swift motion, pulling her into his arms. Candlelight flickered across his face, highlighting the hungry question in his eyes. She tipped her head back, lips parted. Their noses brushed. He paused, trembling. Tell me yes. Yes, she breathed, every nerve blazing. He captured her mouth, gentle at first, tasting, testing. She pressed closer, fingers sliding into his hair, urging depth. He responded with a low sound, kiss deepening, yet still controlled, sensual, exploring, not claiming. His hands mapped her spine, stopping at the small of her back. Heat pooled low in her belly, knees weakening. He broke away, panting, forehead resting against hers. Enough, he whispered, voice ragged. If we continue, I'll forget restraint. She brushed her thumb over his cheekbone. Maybe restraint isn't always virtue. He smiled, breathless. You are danger wrapped in mercy. He kissed her hairline, inhaled her scent, then stepped back. She swayed, dizzy with want. Should I go? He exhaled shakily. Stay, if you can bear silence. I need to remember how to breathe. She nodded. They sat on the sofa before the dark fireplace. He pulled a blanket around them, tucking her against his side. No words, just shared breaths, heartbeats syncing. She traced patterns on the back of his hand. He pressed his lips to her hair. Time blurred. Eventually he stirred. James will drive you home. I don't want to leave you alone with that memory, she whispered. I'm not alone. He kissed her knuckles again. You live in the space between my breaths now. She pressed a soft kiss to his jaw. Text me when you sleep. Impossible, he murmured, but I'll try. The car ride home floated by. She walked into her apartment, heart thrumming. Her mother glanced from the sofa, concern easing when she saw Elena's peaceful smile. Good night? Her mother asked. Good, Elena said, touching the key at her throat. She kissed her mother, checked on Leo, then entered her bedroom. She opened her phone, a message from Alexander. Still awake, but not alone. Your heartbeat echoes here. She smiled, typing back. Feel mine tomorrow. Sleep now. She slid under the duvet, body still humming from his kiss. Outside the window, snow drifted, city lights painting delicate sparks across the darkness. She fell asleep with her fingers pressed to her lips, the taste of his devotion lingering like the sweetest secret. Across town, Alexander stood in the library, fingertips against the glass, reading her final text. For the first time in years, he turned off every monitor, letting the silence settle. He lay on the sofa, where her scent lingered, closed his eyes, and drifted into dreamless sleep, heartbeat steady as falling snow. Morning sunlight spilled through the blinds, warming Elena's face before the alarm buzzed. She silenced it quickly, mindful of her family still sleeping, and stretched beneath the duvet. Echoes of Alexander's kiss lingered on her lips, fragile as dew yet potent enough to make her heart race. A soft vibration sounded, his private line. Just woke. The message read, "Dreamed I was still holding you." She smiled, fingers dancing over the keys. "You fell asleep, that's a first. Your fault, apparently peace is contagious. See you at 9. Planning session." She typed a quick affirmative, slipped quietly from bed and padded to the kitchen. The luxury of space hit her anew. Marble counters, sun-drenched nook, the low hum of an efficient fridge. She brewed coffee, added cinnamon, a habit from leaner times, and poured a cup for her mother, who entered moments later, shawl wrapped around her shoulders. "Long night?" her mother asked, gaze curious but not intrusive. "Emotionally long," Elena said, handing over the mug. "But good." She hesitated, then added, "He kissed me." Her mother's brows lifted, though concern tempered her smile. "And you feel like I'm balancing on a high wire, equal parts thrilled and terrified." "That balance keeps you awake," her mother murmured. "But love is never safe." "It's barely started, Mama. Sometimes a heart knows before the head catches up." She squeezed Elena's hand. "Just keep your own rhythm." Elena showered, dressed in tailored slacks and a soft lavender blouse. Professional, yet gentle. She pocketed the key pendant again, grounding talisman. Leo emerged, backpack slung over one shoulder. He fished a second pair of earbuds from his pocket and handed them to her. "Try my playlist today, it'll hype you up." She hugged him, slipping the buds into her purse. "I'll report back." After seeing them off with the building's concierge, she chose the subway again, craving the city's heartbeat. Standing among commuters, she slid an earbud in. Leo's playlist thumped with bright bass, opposite of the classical calm Alexander favored. She smiled. Two worlds colliding in her ears. At Blake Towers, she found James waiting by her desk, tablet in hand. "Mr. Blake is running late. He asked me to begin the briefing." She nodded, powering up her monitor. "Any urgent fires?" "One," James said. "The press obtained a partial draft of the pediatric wing plans. Some outlets spin it as a vanity project." Elena skimmed the headlines on her screen. Buzz City. Billionaire uses sick kids as PR cover. She grimaced. "Damage control?" "Mr. Blake prefers preemption. Draft a transparent statement, highlight community partnership, downplay dollar figure." She drafted quickly, weaving quotes from physicians, patient families, and local nonprofits. James reviewed. "Good. Send to PR." She noticed faint circles under his eyes. "You working overtime again?" "Occupational hazard." He straightened as Alexander strode in, coat buttoned, hair damp from a quick shower, but eyes bright. He thanked James with a nod, then turned to Elena, gaze lingering on her mouth. Heat flooded her cheeks. James excused himself discreetly. Alexander closed the office door. Soft click sealing them together. "Morning," he said, voice low. "Morning." She gestured to her screen. "Crisis averted, I hope." He glanced, reading swiftly. "You're efficient." "Children deserve focus on them, not our name," she said. He touched her shoulder gently. "Your integrity humbles me." Then he stepped back, business mask slipping over tenderness. "We'll review supply chain risks at 10. They worked side by side, sharing data points, coffee refills, and quiet smiles. At noon, Marla texted, "Survived sushi. How's corporate life?" Elena snapped a photo of her cluttered desk and sent back, drowning in spreadsheets, but they smell like lilies. James interrupted. "HR forms to finalize." Elena followed him to a conference room. While signing, she noticed his hands shook faintly when he passed her the pen. "Are you okay?" she asked. "Fine," he said too quickly. Seeing her disbelief, he sighed. "Just long night. Mr. Blake's happiness is everyone's workload." She capped the pen. "You worry about him. He's my employer and friend." James hesitated. "I've watched him build walls for years. You're the first to slip through." "I hope that's good." I believe so. He collected the forms. Just remember, a man who's never had soft things may grip them too tightly. She left thoughtful. Evening approached. Alexander appeared at her doorway, eyes shining. I promised your family dinner out. Italian on the Upper West Side, private room. Shall we? She checked the time. They'd love that. She called her mother, arranged pickup, then followed Alexander to the lobby. Photographers fluttered outside. He pressed a hand to her lower back. She allowed it, chin high. Flashbulbs sparked, but she refused to flinch. Dinner unfolded in a cozy trattoria. Brick walls, checkered tablecloths, the aroma of basil and garlic. Her mother delighted in handmade pasta. Leo demolished a pepperoni pizza bigger than his head. Alexander listened to Leo's animated game recap, laughed at her mother's childhood stories, and when dessert arrived, shyly asked if he might call her mother simply Rosa. Elena watched warmth spread in her mother's eyes like dawn breaking. Something inside Elena loosened. After tiramisu, Alexander's phone buzzed. He excused himself. Elena helped her mother with her coat. Leo dashed ahead, promising to tell classmates about the best pizza ever. In the foyer, Alexander returned, face taut. We have a problem. She stepped aside with him. What happened? A tabloid reporter spotted us. They're running a story tomorrow. Prince Charming buys love. His jaw clenched. I can buy silence, but I promised transparency. Elena exhaled. Let them print it. Your family. We'll stand taller. She touched his arm. Authenticity beats hush money. He studied her, tension easing. Your strength humbles me again. They escorted her family home. Rosa hugged Alexander, whispering a blessing in Spanish. Leo fist-bumped him, then raced upstairs. Alexander walked Elena to the elevator. You kept your promise, she said. Dinner, no board talk. I'd like to keep another. He brushed her cheek, gaze molten. May I kiss you goodnight? Yes, she breathed. His lips met hers softly, reverently. Heat flared, but he kept the kiss gentle, lingering, rather than claiming. When he pulled back, her eyes fluttered open to find his fixed on her with adoration tempered by restraint. Sleep well, he murmured. She pressed a final quick kiss to his dimple. Text me when the article drops. We'll handle it. Together, he agreed, stepping back as the elevator doors slid closed. Upstairs, she recounted dinner highlights to her mother, until Rosa drifted to bed humming an old lullaby. Elena showered, steam loosening tension, then settled at her desk. She drafted a social media statement for the foundation, framing the dinner as a private celebration of community outreach, focusing on the Pediatric Wing's volunteer program. She scheduled it for 6 a.m., before tabloids could twist narratives. Her phone buzzed past midnight. Reporter holding story. Wants exclusive interview. Alexander. She typed. Invite them to see the hospital upgrades. Show. Don't spin. He responded, perfect. Good night, partner. She smiled, saving the messages. Sliding under the duvet, she placed the phone on the pillow beside her, as if his voice could cross the distance. Snow fell heavy outside, muffling city sounds. She drifted to sleep, imagining his next kiss. Deeper, unrestrained, yet still rooted in the trust they'd sown. Alexander watched the snow from his library window, Elena's advice glowing on his screen. For the first time, crisis felt like opportunity, because he knew she stood beside him. He opened the hidden room, looked at Lila's photo and whispered, "Thank you for teaching me how fragile hearts can be." Then he closed the door softly and returned to his study, where a future written in fresh ink waited alongside the echo of Elena's goodnight kiss. The office lights dimmed as sunset drenched the skyline in streaks of bronze. Elena slipped her laptop into its sleeve, plans for Monday's supply chain review hovering in her mind. She should have felt accomplished, but an odd thrum of anticipation pressed against her pulse. Alexander had sent a single text an hour earlier. Clear your weekend. I have something to show you. The words circled like a hawk. Exciting, a little ominous, irresistible. She crossed the executive floor, heels soft on carpet, and spotted Marla near the staff kitchenette, scooping coffee grounds into an industrial machine meant to power late-night accountants. The older woman's raven black hair was pulled into a bun, but loose strands framed her kind eyes. Elena walked in and leaned against the counter. Still fueling the troops, as she teased. Somebody has to keep the number crunchers awake. Marla's gaze sharpened. You leaving early? Alexander asked me to travel. Elena chose the vague word deliberately. Travel. Marla's hand stilled. Is it business? I'm not sure. Elena lowered her voice. He wants me to see his estate, just for the weekend. She tried for nonchalance, but her cheeks warmed. Marla's brow creased. An estate sounds intimate. Everything with him feels intimate. Intimate can swallow a person whole. Marla closed the coffee lid with an audible click. Are you ready for that? I don't know. Elena forced a laugh. I wasn't ready for luxury apartments or newspaper flashes either, but here we are. Listen. Marla wiped her hands on a towel. I like him better than I expected. He's polite. He funds children's hospitals, but he's still a man used to getting what he wants. Make sure you still get what you need. She offered a small paper packet. Chamomile tea for nerves. Elena pocketed it, emotion pricking her chest. Thank you. I'll call if I start drowning. You'd better, Marla said, eyes softening. Elena exited into the hall where James waited by the elevator, tablet tucked beneath his arm. He gave a measured nod. Miss Martinez. James. She matched his brisk pace toward Alexander's office. He said you'd organize transport. Helicopter from the west helipad, James said. Traffic is impossible on a Friday. His voice lowered. Are you comfortable with this? I think so. I ask because this estate, it isn't just a weekend house, it's where he hides from the world. James's gaze flicked to her face, searching. He's never taken another guest, not even board members. An uneasy thrill shot through her. Then maybe it's time. James hesitated outside the office door. He trusts you in ways that frighten him. I trust him too, she said, surprising herself. James opened the door. Alexander stood behind his desk, jacket draped on a chair, sleeves rolled to reveal strong forearms. He looked up and the tension in his posture eased. There you are. She stepped in, sensing James retreat behind her. Am I properly cleared for takeoff? Alexander rounded the desk, hands slipping into his trouser pockets. Bags packed? Packed enough. She met his eyes. Where exactly are we going? North, 2 hours by air. A flicker of excitement brightened his expression. You'll see mountains, evergreens, more stars than city lights allow. It sounds beautiful. It was supposed to be a sanctuary. He paused, as if weighing the next words. Tonight it will be ours. A flutter of nerves danced in her stomach. My mother knows I'll be away. I arranged a car for her clinic follow-up, and Leo's tutor confirmed Sunday. His lips curved slightly. I couldn't risk distraction. You think of everything. Only what involves you. He glanced toward the open doorway. James will leave in 15. James's polite reply floated in, followed by the tap of shoes fading down the corridor. Alexander's gaze returned to Elena. Last chance to say no. She stepped closer, inhaling cedar and winter air still clinging to him. I've said yes already. A breath of relief escaped him. He brushed his thumb along her jaw, a fleeting touch that sent warmth to her toes. Then we should go. 15 minutes later, they stood on the building's rooftop helipad, rotor blades chopping frigid air into a roaring wind. Elena tightened the strap of her seatbelt as the pilot lifted off, Manhattan shrinking to glittering circuitry below. Alexander sat opposite, knee brushing hers, gaze fixed on her face, rather than the view. Every time the craft tilted, his hand steadied her knee, protective and proprietary. She leaned close to hear him over the thrum. "You hate helicopters." "I hate being powerless in the sky," he corrected. "But you're beside me. That changes the equation. You're still not flying it." "I'm flying something," he said, eyes glinting in the cabin lights. She flushed, grateful for engine noise masking her pounding heart. The city haze dissolved into dark forest stretches dusted with snow. 45 minutes later, the helicopter descended onto a private clearing, illuminated by ground lights. A stone manor appeared beyond a row of towering pines, windows glowing golden in the dusk. A chauffeur opened the cabin door, helping Elena onto flagstones glazed with ice. Cold bit her cheeks, but Alexander's palm warmed the small of her back. "Careful." She lifted her gaze to the manor, steep slate roofs, ivy clinging to gray walls, old-world elegance merged with modern lighting. "It's enormous." "It's quieter inside," he assured her, guiding her up steps into a grand foyer fragrant with wood smoke and cedar polish. High beams soared overhead. Thick rugs muffled their footsteps. A housekeeper appeared. "Welcome home, Mr. Blake." She bowed slightly to Elena. "Miss Martinez, your suite is ready." "Thank you, Martha," Alexander said. To Elena he added, "She's worked here since my mother was alive." Martha led Elena down a corridor lined with portraits, some ancestral, some modern abstracts. At a door carved with silver filigree, she paused. "Anything you need, ring once." She handed Elena a brass bell on a velvet ribbon. Elena thanked her, stepped inside the guest suite and caught her breath. Pale blue walls, a fireplace crackling low, a four-poster bed draped in ivory linen. Frost latticed the windows, framing a view of dark evergreens under snowfall. She set her overnight bag on a bench, thinking of the cramped Brooklyn bedroom she'd grown up in. Luxury still felt like slipping into someone else's coat. Beautiful, heavy, not quite hers. She unpacked a cream sweater and brushed her hair in the antique mirror. A knock sounded. Alexander stood at the threshold, changed into a charcoal cardigan, hair damp from a quick shower. "Join me for a tour?" "Give me 2 minutes." She slipped into the sweater and soft boots, then followed him through halls lit by wrought iron sconces. He pointed out a billiards room, indoor pool, a music chamber with a baby grand piano. Unused for years, he confessed. Finally, they stopped before a set of double doors etched with glass vines. He produced a key from his pocket. "The gallery." She remembered James's warning. "You're sure?" "I'm sure." The key turned with a soft click. He pushed the doors open, and warm golden light poured from recessed fixtures. Inside, canvases lined the walls, some abstract storms of color, others haunting portraits. At the center stood a bronzed sculpture of 2 figures intertwined, hands inches from touching, but never meeting. Elena stepped closer, mesmerized. "It's beautiful." "It's called Yearning." His voice softened. "I bought it the year after Lila died." She traced the air between the sculpture's fingertips. They looked desperate to connect. So was I. He moved to a painting, dark blue slashed with silver. "This is what grief felt like. A storm you can't escape." Elena approached, laying a hand on his arm. "And now?" He met her gaze. "Now the storm has a name. Elena." Her heart tripped. "You calm it, but you stir something else." "Is that good?" "It's terrifying." He lifted her hand, pressing a kiss into her palm. "But I'd risk any terror to feel alive like this." Emotion thickened her throat. She curled her fingers around his. "Thank you for showing me." He exhaled, tension easing. "Dinner in an hour. Wear something warm. We'll walk the grounds." She returned to her suite, pulse fluttering. She chose a simple forest green knit dress and tights. brushed a hint of blush onto her cheeks, and let her hair fall loose. At the dresser, she opened Marla's chamomile packet, inhaled the calming scent, then tucked it into her pocket. Maybe tea could steady hearts, too. The dining room table, long enough to seat 20, was set for 2 near the fireplace. Candles flickered in glass hurricanes, and soft violin music floated from unseen speakers. Alexander stood as she entered, admiration softening his features. He pulled out her chair. "I still feel underdressed," she said. "You could wear a paper bag and eclipse every painting here." Heat flushed her cheeks. They dined on herb-crusted venison and winter root vegetables, flavors earthy and elegant. Conversation flowed from childhood memories to favorite poems. He recited a line of Neruda in Spanish, his accent imperfect but earnest. And she corrected him gently, laughter blending with the crackle of logs. After dessert, a tart of pear and almond, he led her through French doors into a moonlit garden blanketed with snow. Lanterns cast amber pools along a path bordered by dormant rose bushes. Snowflakes drifted, catching on her lashes. Alexander wrapped a cashmere scarf around her neck. "Too cold?" "I'm all right." They walked in silence, footfalls muffled. At a wrought iron gazebo he stopped. Moonlight silvered his hair. His eyes reflected the lantern glow, intense, hungry. "When I'm with you, everything feels possible," he murmured. "But possibility scares me more than failure." She stepped closer, breath forming white clouds. "Why?" "Failure is familiar. Possibility demands trust." "Trust doesn't hurt," she said softly. "Lies do." His jaw flexed. "My father taught me love was conditional. I'm unlearning, but habits cling." She reached up, brushing a snowflake from his eyebrow. "We'll unlearn together." His hands framed her face, trembling despite the heat radiating from him. He leaned in, lips brushing hers, soft, tentative. She parted her lips, inviting him deeper. He groaned, gathering her close. The kiss deepened, slow and hungry, their breaths mingling. Her fingers slipped into his hair. His palm splayed across her lower back, pressing her to the hard length of his body. Heat flared even as cold air nipped her cheeks. He tasted of wine and snow. She angled her head, the kiss intensifying, still controlled, but edges fraying. He broke away, panting, eyes wild with desire and fear. "I can't." She cupped his jaw. "You can stop." "I don't want to." His voice cracked. "But if I let go, I'm afraid I'll lose myself and hurt you." "You won't." She skimmed her thumb along his lower lip. "I trust you." He shuddered, forehead resting against hers. "We're on the edge of something I can't name." "Then we'll name it later." She pressed a gentle kiss to his cheek. "Let's go in." He nodded, taking her hand, fingers twined tight. They returned to the manor without another word, hearts thundering in tandem. At her suite door, he paused. "Sleep well," he whispered, brushing his lips over her knuckles. "You too." She stepped inside, closing the door softly. Heat still pulsed beneath her skin. Desire coiled tight. She pressed her palm to the cool wood, imagining him on the other side, struggling to breathe. She turned, hand at her throat, and released a shaky exhale. Part of her wished he'd stayed. Consequences be damned. Another part respected the restraint. Across the hall, Alexander leaned against the wall, eyes closed, fists clenched. His body ached with need, but his heart ached more, with hope, fear, and something dangerously close to love. He whispered her name into the quiet corridor, then forced himself to walk away. Elena undressed slowly, slipping into a silk nightshirt. She brewed Marla's chamomile, sat by the fire, and sipped, letting warmth seep into her bones. Snow fell heavier now, tap-tapping against the windows. She set the cup aside, climbed into the plush bed, and pulled the duvet to her chin. Sleep came in fitful waves, images of Alexander's eyes, his trembling hands, the taste of his mouth. Sometime before dawn, she woke to silence thick as velvet. She rose, padding to the window. Moonlight glowed over the garden, footprints half covered by fresh snow. Without thinking, she opened the door and stepped into the hall. A sliver of light spilled beneath a door down the corridor. The study, she guessed. Barefoot, she walked toward it, heart hammering. She lifted her hand to knock, hesitated, then lowered it. Trust meant space as well as closeness. She returned to her room, closed the door, and leaned against it, palm pressed to cool wood. Hours later, pale light seeped through curtains. She woke tangled in blankets, throat dry. A folded note rested on the pillow beside her. "Meet me in the study." She dressed quickly in a soft sweater and leggings, pushing hair from her face, and hurried down the hall. Alexander sat by the fireplace, unshaven, eyes shadowed. On the coffee table lay a small antique key, silver and ornate. He rose when she entered. "I didn't sleep," he confessed, voice rough. "I almost came to you. I stood outside your door like a man possessed." She approached, heart aching. "Why didn't you?" "Because I love you too much to take you when I'm this broken." His eyes burned. "Yesterday you said trust doesn't hurt. It does if I crush it." She swallowed past the lump in her throat. "You won't crush it." "I might." He picked up the key, pressed it into her palm. "This opens my private wing, the rooms no one sees. If you enter, you'll know everything, every scar, every weakness. But once you cross, there's no turning back." Her fingers curled around the cool metal. Silence roared between them, crackling, sacred. She lifted her gaze to his. "When do I decide?" "Whenever you're ready." His voice shook. "If you never open that door, I'll still be yours. But if you do, I may not be the only one exposed." She stepped closer, key warm in her fist, and laid her free hand on his chest. His heart thudded hard beneath her palm. "Then we'll stand exposed together." Tears glimmered in his eyes, quickly blinked away. He pressed a trembling kiss to her forehead, then stepped back, giving her space. She closed her fingers tighter around the key, feeling its weight like destiny, heavy, cold, full of promise. They stood there in the hush of falling snow outside, two hearts hanging on a breath, waiting for the next beat to decide which side of the door held their future. Elena slipped the key into her pocket, the weight of it pressing against her thigh with every step back to her room. Breath fogged in front of her lips. The hallways felt cooler now, or maybe her skin had chilled from the vulnerability of his confession. Inside her suite, she sat on the edge of the bed and turned the silver piece between her fingers. Its teeth were delicate, almost lace-like, but the promise they guarded felt anything but fragile. She set it on the nightstand, washed her face with cold water, and forced her racing heart into steadier rhythm. A gentle knock sounded. Martha entered with a tray of breakfast, warm brioche, berries, gleaming silver teapot. "Mr. Blake thought you might be hungry." She placed the service on a small table near the window, eyes kind yet searching. Elena thanked her and poured tea into a porcelain cup. Chamomile again. Alexander had remembered her calming preference even now. She sipped, letting the floral warmth settle in her chest, and watched snowflakes drift through the gray morning. A part of her wanted to rush straight to the private wing, key in hand, throw every door open. Another part knew patience was power, and hurried hearts could miss vital details. She breathed deeply and decided to explore the estate in daylight before making any irreversible decisions. Boots laced, coat belted, she stepped outside. The grounds stretched like a snow-draped painting, hushed but alive with the whisper of wind through pines. She followed a stone path toward the stables, remembering Alexander's mention of horses last night. Inside the dim barn, she found stalls lined with cedar shavings and two sleek chestnut mares nibbling hay. A stable hand greeted her, introducing the horses by name, Calypso and Juniper. Their warm breath and velvety muzzles calmed her further. Footsteps crunched outside. Alexander appeared, hands shoved into the pockets of a wool coat. "I hoped I'd find you here." Elena stroked Calypso's neck. "I needed fresh air." "And perspective," he guessed quietly. She nodded. "It's easy to lose yourself in corridors and keys." "Walk with me?" He offered his arm. She took it. They strolled along the paddock fence, snow squeaking beneath their boots. "Tell me about this place," she said. He pointed to a distant ridge. "My mother's ashes rest on that hill. She loved winter. Said the world looked honest under snow." "And your father?" "He hated it here. Too still, he preferred penthouses." Alexander's jaw tightened, then eased. "After he died, I shut the estate for years. Couldn't bear the silence. Until now. Until you." He stopped, turning to face her. "You make silence feel like a song." Heat flared in her cheeks. She touched his coat sleeve. "Careful. Songs have verses and bridges. Hard parts, too." "I'm willing to learn every note." He brushed a snowflake from her eyelash. "Breakfast is waiting if you're ready." They returned to the manor's dining nook where sunlight slanted through mullioned windows, brightening pale stone walls. A small table was set with fluffy omelets, roasted tomatoes, and freshly squeezed orange juice. Alexander poured for her, then himself, and they ate in companionable quiet, punctuated by soft questions about favorite childhood books, winter memories, small hopes for the day. She told him about Leo's playlist, promising to make him listen. He smiled, the curve genuine and boyish. Mid-morning, a discreet cough announced James at the arched doorway. He carried a portfolio and wore a down jacket against the cold. "Apologies. I need a signature on the hospital partnership paperwork before I courier it back to the city." Alexander gestured him in. Elena noticed James's gaze linger on the subtle closeness between them, her hand resting on the back of Alexander's chair, his knee brushing hers beneath the table. "Paper signed." James hesitated. "Sir, a reminder. The maintenance team expects direction regarding the South Wing restoration. They've been idle since autumn." "I'll address it this afternoon," Alexander said. James glanced at Elena, then back. "Very good." His eyes conveyed both relief and caution before he departed. Alexander exhaled. "James is more friend than staff at times. He worries I'm losing focus." "Are you?" she asked softly. He reached across the table, taking her hand. "If focus means locking myself behind walls, I hope so." They spent the afternoon exploring hidden corners of the manor, a winter garden beneath glass, amber citrus trees bearing small fruits, an indoor pool tiled in cobalt mosaics, and a modest chapel where stained glass windows spilled colored light across stone floors. Elena lit a candle for her mother's health, and Alexander did the same without asking why. The shared silence felt like prayer. Late afternoon, as snow fell thicker, Alexander suggested reading by the library fire. Elena curled on the sofa, sock-clad feet tucked beneath her, while he read passages from a battered poetry collection, a mix of Neruda, Plath, and a modern poet she'd never heard of. His voice, low and even, seeped into the crackle of flames, wrapping around her like a blanket. She caught herself memorizing the cadence, the tiny hitch when he stumbled on a Spanish idiom. He closed the book eventually, gaze smoldering over the leather cover. "Dinner in an hour," he whispered, eyes dark with promise. She lifted her chin. "I'll dress." She rose, but before she could step away, he captured her wrist gently and pulled her back, pressing a slow kiss to her knuckles. Heart racing, she left before gravity dragged her into another near kiss neither was ready to finish. In her suite, she found a garment bag hanging on the wardrobe door. A deep burgundy velvet dress, simple yet elegant, with long sleeves and a modest neckline. A note lay atop the bag. "No one has ever been more beautiful in my eyes, but I wanted you to feel like royalty tonight. A." Her breath caught. She traced the letter, then changed quickly. twisting her hair into a soft knot and adding earrings her mother had given her for college graduation. Tiny silver leaves, a grounding token of simpler years. As she applied a hint of mascara, her phone buzzed. Leo checking in. She sent a selfie of snow outside the estate window, told him to ace his math quiz, and slipped the key Alexander had given her into a small pocket hidden in her dress seam. She studied her reflection. Flushed cheeks, bright eyes, a shimmering pulse of excitement and fear braided together. This weekend wasn't just a getaway. It was a promise and a test. A gentle knock. Martha again, smiling approval at the dress. Mr. Blake waits in the music room. Elena followed her through candle-lit halls until piano chords drifted into the air, slow, haunting. She stepped into the room. Alexander sat at the grand piano, fingers moving tentatively over ivory keys. He looked up, and the melody faltered. "Gorgeous," he breathed, standing. He smoothed his hair, suddenly boyish and shy. "I don't play well." "It sounded like a dream," she said, crossing the polished floor. He offered his hand. She placed hers in his, and he guided her to the dining room. Tonight the table had moved closer to the fireplace, set with crystal flutes of sparkling cider and a single silver candelabrum. Dinner was sea bass with saffron risotto, flavors delicate yet rich. Conversation danced from film favorites to secret fears of flying. She asked about his first investment. He asked about her first poem. When dessert arrived, a dark chocolate soufflé, they shared a single plate, spoons, brushing. Each taste sweeter for the proximity. Afterward, Alexander led her outside again, down a lantern-lit path toward a secluded clearing. Snow had ceased. Clouds parted to reveal a sky jeweled with stars. A thick, knitted blanket lay over a rustic wooden bench. He helped her sit, draped the blanket around them, then settled beside her, arm curling around her waist. Frost glittered on fir branches. Their breaths mingled white in the crisp air. "This is where I come when numbers blur," he murmured. "Stars remind me there's order beyond balance sheets." She rested her head on his shoulder. "They remind me we're small, and that smallness can be freeing." He angled toward her, fingertips brushing her cheek, tracing the line of her jaw. "I have wanted to kiss you all day." "Then kiss me." The whisper trembled on her lips. He inhaled, eyes flicking to her mouth. Slowly he leaned in, capturing her lips with a gentleness that shocked her after the hungry kiss in the gazebo. Soft, deliberate, tasting. She parted for him. His tongue traced the seam of her lips, hesitant, then deeper. Heat ignited despite the cold. She turned, sliding her arms around his neck, pressing closer. His hand cupped her nape. The other gripped her waist, fingers flexing as though trying to restrain himself. The kiss lengthened, slowed, melted. She felt every exhale, every tremor in his shoulders. He broke away with a groan, resting his forehead against hers. "Tell me to stop," he rasped, though his hold tightened. "I won't." Her fingers threaded through his hair. He kissed her again, fiercer, velvet and flame. Her back pressed to the bench armrest, blanket slipping. Cold air tingled where it touched her neck. His lips traced the spot, sending shivers. She gasped softly. His hand slid to her thigh over the velvet, squeezing gently, then pausing as if startled by his own boldness. "Elena," he whispered, voice cracked with need and fear. "I'm here," she answered, breath uneven. She placed her hand over his heart, racing, wild. "We're okay." He closed his eyes, shaking. "I've never wanted anything this much." He drew back slightly, breathing hard, eyes glossy with desire. "But if I take one more step," she brushed her thumb over his bottom lip. "Then we take it together." He exhaled a broken laugh, half relief, half agony. "I love how brave you are." "Bravery is choosing to stay." She kissed the corner of his mouth, slow reassurance. "Let's go inside." He nodded, helping her stand, blanket falling to snowy ground. They walked back to the manor hand in hand, silence humming with unspoken promises. Inside her suite door, he paused, eyes searching. "Sleep well," he managed, voice rough. "You too." She reached up, pressing a tender kiss to his cheek. He closed his eyes at the contact, then turned and walked away, shoulders taut with restraint. Heart pounding, she entered the room, locking the door behind her. She leaned against it, breathless. Tonight they'd kissed without walls. Fear and desire tangled, but hope threaded through, luminous and fragile. She touched the hidden pocket, feeling the key's outline. Still there, still waiting. At midnight she lay awake, staring at the canopy. Snow resumed outside, soft against the window pane. Her phone buzzed. Couldn't sleep. "Walk with me?" A heartbeat raced through her chest. She slipped the key from the pocket, set it on the nightstand, and typed, "Waiting in the corridor." Barefoot, she opened her door. Alexander stood 6 paces away, hair tousled, expression raw. They closed the distance in silence. He cupped her face, thumbs tracing her cheeks. She rose on tiptoe, pressing her lips to his before words shattered the moment. The kiss was slow burned a wildfire, her hands sliding beneath his cardigan, feeling muscle tense beneath cotton. He broke away, voice shaking. "Your room or mine?" She swallowed. "Whichever lets us stop if we need to." She opened her door wider. He hesitated, then stepped in. She closed the door, heart thundering. He drew her into another kiss, deep and hungry, but when his hand skimmed the curve of her waist, he froze, eyes squeezing shut. "Not tonight," he whispered, pulling back. "You deserve more than borrowed courage." She touched his lips, tears burning behind her eyes, not from rejection, but from the fierce tenderness in his restraint. She nodded, leading him to the window seat. They sat, shoulders touching, watching snow swirl like silver confetti against black sky. Time dissolved into breaths and heartbeats. He finally stood, lifting her hand to his mouth. "Tomorrow." "Tomorrow," she echoed, voice hushed. When he left, she slid the key beneath her pillow, closed her eyes, and slept, with desire singing in her blood and faith steadying her heart. Across the hall, Alexander leaned against his closed door, head tipped back, fists clenched. The storm inside him roared, but the echo of her final yes calmed its edges. For the first time in years, he felt both desire and hope. Equally sharp, equally alive. He whispered a promise to the ceiling beams. "Tomorrow I open every door, if she lets me walk through hers." Early sunlight spilled across the estate's great room, turning dust motes into gold flecks that drifted above velvet settees. Elena found herself awake before 7, drawn by the hush of new snow outside. She wrapped a cashmere throw around her shoulders and padded barefoot to the window. The grounds lay pristine, every path erased overnight. Her breath fogged the glass. The events of the previous evening lingered on her skin. Heat of Alexander's mouth, quiver in his voice when he chose restraint. A soft knock sounded. She opened the door to find James, wearing a winter parka and holding 2 riding helmets. He offered a tentative smile. "Mr. Blake wondered if you'd like to join him for a short ride before breakfast." Elena tightened the throw. "On horseback?" "The mares need exercise," he paused. "If you're comfortable." She hesitated only a second. "I'll meet you in 15. James nodded, relief flashing across his face before he turned away. Elena dressed quickly. Thermal leggings beneath fleece-lined breeches left in the wardrobe. Wool socks, a thick cable-knit sweater. She braided her hair, tugged on boots, and headed down the corridor. As she passed the closed door of the private wing, her fingers brushed the key in her pocket. It felt heavier today, as though it sensed its own importance. In the stable, Juniper stamped in her stall, breath pluming. Alexander tightened the girth on Calypso's saddle, glancing up when Elena entered. A genuine smile softened the tension in his shoulders. "Good morning." Morning. She accepted the helmet James handed her and buckled it under her chin. You really trust me to avoid falling off? I'll be beside you the whole time, Alexander said, voice low. Even if the world tilts. They mounted and walked the horses out into the field, hooves crunching through fresh powder. The sky was a pale sapphire, clouds wispy like watercolor strokes. Elena inhaled the crisp air laced with pine and horse musk. Calypso's ears flicked back, attentive to Alexander's gentle commands. They rode side by side toward a frozen pond glimmering beneath thin sunlight. Alexander slowed, letting the horses' breaths mist before them. I used to gallop across this field, he said, voice carrying in the stillness. Back when everything felt too big for me to control. And now? Now nothing feels big enough except you. Warmth pooled in her chest, but she kept her tone light. Flattery before breakfast? Truth. He guided Calypso closer until their knees bumped. About last night. You don't have to apologize. I'm not, He exhaled. I've never stopped in the middle of desire, not until you. Maybe stopping sometimes means the feeling is stronger. She reached across, fingers brushing his glove. I don't need speed. I need honesty. His shoulders eased. One day you'll realize you're braver than me. They circled the pond, snow crunching under hooves, then trotted back. In the stable, James waited with warm towels and mugs of cocoa. Alexander lifted Elena down, hands lingering at her waist, a heartbeat longer than necessary. She allowed the contact, leaning into his warmth before stepping back. Over cocoa, James broached business. South Wing contractors require a decision by Monday. Alexander frowned. I promised direction. Elena sipped cocoa, marshmallows melting on her tongue. Why has the wing been idle? It was my mother's space, Alexander said, gaze distant. I planned to restore it but kept postponing. James cleared his throat. We could tour it after breakfast. I'd like that, Elena said. Alexander nodded, but his jaw tightened. After a hearty breakfast of spiced oatmeal and berry compote, the three walked to the south wing. Dust-sheeted furniture beneath chandeliers draped in drop cloths. The air smelled of cedar and faint old perfume. Elena trailed her fingers across a mahogany banister etched with vines. Family portraits leaned against walls, canvases facing away as if too heavy to display. At the end of a corridor stood double doors with stained glass panels depicting irises. Alexander hesitated before pushing them open. Inside, dust motes swirled in rays of light streaming through tall windows. A grand canopy bed, untouched, dominated the room. Silk drapes hung in faded blues. On a side table sat a jewelry box inlaid with mother of pearl. Alexander moved toward it like a man approaching an apparition. Elena followed quietly. He lifted the lid. Inside lay a silver locket, tarnished by time. He picked it up, thumb brushing the filigree. My mother wore this every Sunday. It's beautiful, Elena whispered, and she died here. His voice nearly broke. Cancer. I left for college thinking she'd outlast my father's cruelty, but she died before I graduated. He never visited once. Elena placed a hand on his back, feeling tension like piano wires. I'm sorry. His shoulders trembled. He set the locket down, turning suddenly to face her. Raw emotion flickered in his eyes. Grief, anger, desperation. I can't keep watching people I love slip away. She held his gaze. I'm not slipping. I'm standing right in front of you. He clasped her wrist gently as if verifying her solidity. Then let me hold on. He drew her into an embrace. She wrapped her arms around his waist, resting her cheek against his chest. His heartbeat thundered, irregular. She breathed in his cedar scent, felt his breath fan her hair. After a long silence, he spoke into the crown of her head. Help me decide. Restore this wing, or leave it be? She pulled back enough to meet his eyes. Honor her memory by giving the rooms life again. She loved winter because it was honest. Let the truth show. A single tear escaped him. He didn't bother to hide it. He nodded, swallowing. Then we restore. James exhaled softly behind them. I'll notify the contractors. Alexander released her wrists, wiping his cheek with the back of his hand. He turned to James. Thank you. James inclined his head, then excused himself, leaving them alone. Alexander took Elena's hand. You make decisions easy. Decisions maybe, feelings no. She smiled faintly. Feelings are always messy. He lifted her hand to his lips, brushing a kiss across her knuckles. Messy has never terrified me so beautifully. They left the wing, dust motes swirling like tiny spirits in their wake. By late afternoon, the estate buzzed with motion. Maintenance teams arrived, measuring drapes, photographing woodwork. Alexander walked shoulder to shoulder with Elena, translating contractor jargon into emotional meaning. Keep this mural. Replace those cracked tiles. At one point, he pointed to a faded fresco of lilies. She painted those. We preserve them. Elena saw pride tempered by ache in his profile and slipped her hand into his. He squeezed gently without pausing conversation with the foreman. She felt included, not as decorative attachment but equal, and the realization warmed her more than any fireplace. Snow fell heavier as evening approached. Martha delivered steaming mugs of mulled cider to the study, where Elena sat cross-legged on a plush rug, reviewing swatch books while Alexander stoked the fire. Flames leapt, shadows dancing across his face. He wiped soot from his fingers, moved to sit beside her. Color preferences, he asked. Soft sage for curtains, blush accents to balance the blues. She pointed to sample strips. Warm without erasing her palette. He considered, then nodded. Approved. She grinned, scribbling notes. You're a very compliant client. He arched a brow. Only when the designer is brilliant. A companionable silence followed. She leaned back against the sofa. He mirrored her posture. After a moment, he reached for her hand, trailing fingertips along her palm. I spoke with Rosa earlier, he said softly. Her head turned. You did? Wanted her approval before I invite you deeper into my life. He studied their interlaced fingers. She said you lead yourself. Elena's chest warmed. She trusts me. I trust you. He exhaled. I want to believe I deserve that. She shifted, knee brushing his thigh. You're proving it. His gaze darkened. He reached to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear, fingertips lingering. Have dinner with me again tonight. Something simple. Soup and bread by the kitchen hearth. I'd eat snow with you at this point, she teased. Let's not test frostbite. He smiled, but it faded into a pensive look. After dinner, I'll wait in the music room. If you choose, bring the key. Her pulse jumped. She nodded, heart thudding. He rose, offering his hand to pull her up. Their palms pressed, heat exchanging. Dinner was indeed simple. Hearty vegetable soup, crusty bread, cracked pepper, laughter echoing across the warm stone kitchen. The staff had the evening off, leaving them to ladle bowls and butter bread themselves. Alexander insisted on washing dishes, sleeves rolled. She dried, their shoulders brushed, playful ripples of tension traveling up her spine. When every plate was stacked, he kissed the back of her neck, whispered goodnight, and left her at the base of the stairs. She climbed slowly, thoughts swirling like snow outside. In her room, she lit the fireplace, changed into a soft black dress, modest but hugging her curves. She fingered the silver key, cool against her palm. Heart pounding, she slipped on ballet flats and opened the door. The corridor stretched quiet, lanterns glowing. She walked toward the music room, key clutched tight. Inside, lamplight bathed Alexander in amber. He stood by the piano, cardigan replaced by a black dress shirt open at the collar, vulnerability etched in the lines around his mouth. He looked up when she entered, relief chasing shadows from his eyes. She crossed the room, stopping before him. He reached for the key. You came. I'm here, She pressed the metal into his palm. Together. He curled his fingers around hers and led her into the hall toward the private wing door. She felt his pulse racing through their joined hands. At the door, he inhaled, then guided her hand with the key to the lock. Metal slid into the slot. Clicked. He turned the handle, pushing the door inward. Warm lamplight spilled onto old hardwood floors. The room beyond was not grand. No marble, no chandeliers, just a study with shelves of worn books, a battered couch, and a small bed neatly made. Paintings leaned against walls, unfinished landscapes, charcoal sketches of city streets. A single photograph rested on a side table. Alexander at 17, hair shaggy, arms slung around a younger boy who bore his eyes. He released her hand, watching her absorb the space. My brother, Gabriel. Car accident when we were teens. He didn't survive. Elena turned, heart aching. You never mentioned him. Pain folds in on itself. He traced the photo frame, shoulders bowed. I come here when I need to remember who I was before power felt like armor. She stepped forward, placing her palm on his back. He'd be proud of this estate, the hospital wings, the scholarships. Or horrified at my walls. Alexander's voice cracked. He faced her, pupils wide. Can you still want me after seeing all this? Want you? She cupped his cheeks. I love you. Emotion shattered across his face, astonishment, relief, raw joy. He kissed her, hands threading into her hair. The kiss deepened rapidly, heady, no hesitation. She opened to him, lips parting, breath mingling. His hands roamed down her back, anchoring at her hips. She pressed close, feeling heat surge through every nerve. He broke away, breathing hard. I'll still step back if you say. She shook her head, threading her fingers beneath his shirt collar to touch warm skin. No more walls. He captured her mouth again, turning them toward the couch. They tumbled gently onto the worn cushions, laughter vibrating between kisses. He slowed, reverent, peppering kisses along her jaw, her throat, each movement asking permission. She answered with small murmurs, exploring the contours of his shoulders, the curve of his spine. Hands wandered, clothes shifted, but whenever tension threatened to snap, he steadied, pressing his forehead to hers, grounding them in breath. They lingered on the edge of surrender, heat pooling, hearts pounding, but restraint honored. Finally he drew back, finger brushing her cheek. If we cross tonight, I break every vow of patience. Then tonight we hold each other, she whispered. He pulled her against his chest, wrapping the threadbare blanket from the couch around them both. They lay together, listening to the ticking of an old clock, snow whispering against glass. He spoke of Gabriel's laugh. She spoke of Leo's. Stories wound into silence, then dreams. Moonlight found them hours later, intertwined beneath the blanket, clothed, but touched by something deeper than skin. Elena stirred, pressing a soft kiss to Alexander's collarbone. He smiled in sleep, breath steady. She closed her eyes again, heart peaceful, knowing walls could crumble without the world ending, that love could live even in rooms haunted by ghosts. Sunlight edged through the curtains of the small study, gilding the plane of Alexander's cheek where it rested against Elena's hair. She woke to the slow rise and fall of his chest beneath her palm. The familiar cedar scent softened now by sleep. For a moment she lay still, letting contentment seep through her limbs. Then his lashes fluttered. Gray-blue eyes opened, confusion shifting into softness when he focused on her. Morning, he whispered, voice husky from dreams. Morning. She traced a lazy circle over his shirt front, fingers skimming the beat of his heart. You slept. Because you were here. He lifted a strand of her hair, letting it slide through his fingers. I wanted to wake like this for longer than I admit. She smiled, but the serenity shattered when his phone, discarded on the rug, began to vibrate insistently. He groaned, reaching over her to grab it. She rolled aside, sitting up as he scanned the screen. In one breath, his posture stiffened. What is it? She asked. A board member just triggered a hostile proxy push while I'm off-grid. He thumbed another notification. Apparently, Stanton leaked a rumor that my personal distractions put assets at risk. Cold threaded through the warmth she'd woken with. We knew Stanton was circling. I underestimated how quickly he'd pounce. Alexander stood, pace already quickening. I have to call an emergency teleconference, and security just flagged paparazzi drones near the front gate. Elena rose, smoothing her dress. Tell me how to help. I need you somewhere safe while I handle this. The steel in his voice was automatic, protective. Stay in the private wing. Lock the door. Alexander, please. He paused, running a hand through his hair. I can't think if I'm worrying about those vultures hounding you. She inhaled, steadying her voice. I'll stay out of sight, but not hidden like a secret. Remember, transparency. His features softened a notch. You're right, just until I neutralize the immediate threat. While he strode down the corridor, phone pressed to his ear, Elena washed and changed into jeans and a thick sweater. She tucked the silver key into her pocket out of habit. Through the study window, she saw faint specks hovering beyond the tree line. Drones, exactly as he'd said. A tremor of resentment prickled under her skin. Their fragile peace was so easily breached by greed and gossip. Downstairs, she found Martha closing shutters. We're securing the ground floor, Miss Martinez. Thank you, Elena said. She helped draw another curtain, but a distant shout carried through thick walls. Adrenaline spiked. She hurried outside. Near the main gate, two men in heavy jackets darted toward a snow-dusted SUV, camera rig swinging. Security guards converged, but Alexander was faster, vaulting the porch steps and covering the drive in long strides. He yanked one intruder backward by the coat. The camera clattered to the ground, lens cracking. The man cursed, shoving Alexander. In the same breath, Alexander pinned him to the SUV hood, fist cocked. Alexander! Elena's voice rang across the courtyard, sharper than she intended. He paused, head snapping toward her. The second photographer bolted. A guard intercepted him. Alexander's fist trembled in midair. Anger darkened his eyes into near silver. But at her stare, something shifted. He released the man with a shove. Get off my property. His voice was low, lethal. Security escorted the intruders through the gate while Alexander bent to pick up the shattered camera. He stared at the fractured glass, shoulders heaving. Elena crossed the snowy drive and laid a hand on his arm. Are you hurt? No. His chest rose and fell with uneven breaths. But I was seconds from losing control. In front of you. You stopped, that's control. She cupped his cheek, thumb brushing cold skin. Let's go inside. He let her lead him to the entry hall where James waited, phone in hand. Conference line is active, sir. Alexander nodded but didn't release Elena's hand. You'll be with me. She squeezed. If you want. In the library, Alexander took the head seat at a long table, laptop open to a video call. 6 directors, faces framed in city offices. Stanton's smirk flashed like a wolf among them. Alexander's fingers twined with Elena's beneath the table. She gave a reassuring squeeze. Gentlemen, Miss Cargill, he began, voice level. I understand concerns arose about my absence. Stanton leaned forward. We're concerned about leadership distraction. The press coverage of your weekend retreat suggests priorities misaligned with shareholder value. Elena's spine straightened. Alexander's jaw flexed. Shareholder value? He repeated softly. Yesterday, Blake Industries finalized a pediatric expansion plan projected to increase corporate goodwill scores 12% and deliver a 10-year tax credit. I was finalizing groundbreaking details. Stanton opened his mouth. Alexander didn't let him. Furthermore, Miss Martinez, whose presence Stanton implies is distraction, authored the strategic addendum that cut projected costs by 8%. Her insight saved more than your entire quarterly compensation, Stanton. On camera, another director coughed, hiding a smile. Stanton's eyes narrowed. Alexander continued, calm sheathed in ice. I invite anyone doubting my focus to join Monday's site review where those children's wards are being built. Until then, I suggest directing energy toward productive ventures. He clicked, ending the call, laptop snapping shut. A breath hissed out of him. Elena rubbed his back between tense shoulder blades. Flawlessly handled, James said from the doorway, relief softening his posture. Alexander nodded, but he let the silence settle, grounding himself in Elena's presence. He turned, pressing his forehead to her shoulder. You centered me. She stroked his hair. You centered yourself. I was just here. He looked up, gray eyes vulnerable. Stay. I'm not going anywhere. She kissed his temple, lingering. James cleared his throat. I'll coordinate security sweeps and drone deterrence. When he'd gone, Alexander lifted the cracked camera from a side table. He'll sell these shards to tabloids. Then we control the story. Elena met his gaze. Invite a reputable journalist to the estate. Show them everything, the hospital plans, the art, the restoration wing. The truth outshines broken lenses. A slow smile curved his mouth. You keep turning battles into bridges. Partnership. She brushed her palm over his chest. Now breathe. He drew a long breath, exhaled. Hungry? She laughed, tension easing. Always. They retreated to the kitchen, laughter returning amid sizzling butter and scrambled eggs they cooked together like mischievous teenagers skipping class. Flour dusted her hair when he popped a roll of biscuit dough. She retaliated with a dab of jam on his chin. The storm outside became white noise to their quiet joy. Later they carried plates to the music room. Snow brightened the windows. Fussing birds landed on the sill. Alexander set food down, but instead of eating, he took her hands. Earlier, when I nearly hit that man. You didn't. I could have. He swallowed hard. My father taught fists before reason. I refuse to repeat him. You won't. She squeezed gently. That fear is already your guardrail. He lifted her hand to his lips. I love you. The words escaped on an unsteady breath, the first time spoken outright. For a heartbeat, she could only stare, heart soaring and aching all at once. I love you, she answered, voice trembling with certainty. He smiled, a brilliant, unguarded thing she'd never seen on him before. They sat, legs tangled on the settee, sharing bites of warm biscuits and eggs. Talk drifted from love to childhood dreams. He confessed he once wanted to be an architect. She admitted she'd imagined running a bookshop cafe. He promised blueprints. She promised a poetry shelf. Late afternoon, they ventured outside to witness sunset gilding the snow-covered hills. Drones were long gone. Security reported no further breaches. At the ridge where his mother's ashes rested, Alexander unveiled a small wooden box. He opened it to reveal 3 lily bulbs wrapped in burlap. I bought them years ago but never planted them. His breath fogged in the cold. Will you help me? Together they knelt in the snow, fingers numb as they scooped earth. He nestled the bulbs into soil softened by a patch of winter sunlight, covering them gently. Elena patted soil smooth. Alexander pressed his palm over hers, both palms sealing the promise. They'll bloom in spring, she said, like us. His eyes glistened. They walked back arm in arm, dusk deepening. In the entryway, Martha had set a travel case near the door. James's subtle signal that the helicopter would depart soon. Elena turned to face Alexander, sudden ache blooming at the thought of leaving this cocoon. We can stay another night, he offered, reading her expression. Responsibilities wait. She smoothed his lapel. But we'll come back. As often as you wish, he murmured, then lowered his lips to hers. The kiss was soft, unhurried, flavored by winter wind and hope. When they parted, he rested his forehead to hers. Last night you said no more walls. Hold me to that. I will. She slipped the silver key from her pocket, pressing it into his palm. It belongs here. He closed his fingers around it, then shook his head. Keep it, a symbol we both can open doors now. She accepted, key cool against her skin. Hand in hand, they boarded the waiting car, then the helicopter. As rotors whirred to life, Alexander buckled her harness, his fingers lingering on the strap near her collarbone. Afraid? Not anymore. She smiled, leaning close to speak over the rising noise. With you, the sky feels steady. He brushed a final kiss to her forehead before the helicopter lifted. The estate receded beneath them, a secluded jewel amid winter forest. Inside the cabin, their joined hands formed a small, steadfast anchor as they rose toward the glowing horizon, ready to face a world that for the first time felt conquerable together. The elevator doors opened on the top executive floor, and Elena stepped out into a corridor alive with anxious murmurs. James waited beside the glass wall that overlooked the lobby, tablet in hand, navy suit immaculate but creased at the collar, an unspoken sign of worry. They're inside, he said quietly, tilting his head toward the boardroom. Stanton called an emergency vote 30 minutes ago. He claims to have irrefutable proof of financial misconduct. Elena smoothed the lapel of her charcoal blazer. Fabricated proof? Almost certainly. He's using partial numbers from last quarter and edits that never existed. James's voice dropped lower, but they look convincing to anyone who doesn't dig. And Alexander? In his office 2 doors down, he hasn't opened his mouth since Stanton arrived with a lawyer. Elena exhaled. Let's divide, I'll calm him down. You prep any clean files we need to debunk Stanton. James offered a tense smile, already cueing them. Elena strode toward Alexander's office, heels clicking. Inside, she found him standing behind his desk, shoulders rigid, fists pressed to polished wood. The city skyline blazed through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Dawn light, kissing, cold, steel. But Alexander's stare fixed on the table's reflection, not the horizon. She closed the door. Talk to me. His eyes flicked to hers, storm-dark with anger and a hint of fear he rarely let surface. Stanton thinks exploiting past errors will push me out. He shoved a folder toward her. Quarterly loss projections altered, line items missing. If the board buys it, they'll strip chairmanship immediately. Elena picked up the folder, scanning columns of figures, some red, some black. He spliced data. Look, line 48 references a subsidiary divested last year. That revenue can't exist for this quarter. He managed a breath. How fast can we prove that? My guess, 5 minutes if we show the real consolidation sheet. She stepped closer, placing a hand on his tense forearm. We have truth. Stanton only has noise. He covered her hand with his. I'm afraid noise is louder than truth. It was, she said softly, before you shared the microphone. She squeezed his fingers. But you're not alone in there anymore. James's voice crackled through the intercom. They're starting. Alexander straightened, smoothing his tie, the gesture automatic and precise. Elena stepped back, eyes on his. You let me speak if they question our numbers. Your word is my word, he said, the declaration as natural as breathing. Together they walked into the wide corridor toward mahogany doors guarded by 2 assistants. Reporters hovered beyond reception glass, camera flashes rippling, but for the moment the boardroom remained a shark tank sealed tight. Inside, 12 directors occupied the polished table's circumference. Stanton sat nearest the head seat, silver-templed hair immaculate, expression a perfect blend of pity and triumph. In front of him, a projector displayed spreadsheets glowing with ominous red cells. Murmurs died as Alexander and Elena entered. Stanton rose. We began without you in light of your personal delays. Alexander ignored the jab, taking the chair at the head. Elena slipped into the seat at his right. James moved to the sideboard, laptop connecting to the display system. Stanton's lawyer, A slim man in an expensive suit hovered at his client's shoulder like a carrion bird. Stanton cleared his throat. Colleagues, I present evidence of misreported revenue linked to Blake Industries' hospital subsidiary. These discrepancies, totaling $78 million, jeopardize shareholder value. I motion for an immediate vote of no confidence in Mr. Blake's leadership. A buzz flew around the table. One director frowned at the red numbers. Another whispered to the person beside her. Alexander folded his hands, but glacial composure couldn't mask the tension around his eyes. Elena lifted a finger. Before anyone votes, let's ensure we're looking at genuine data. Stanton's smile cut thin. Miss Martinez, with respect, you joined this company mere weeks ago. We need seasoned analysis. Seasoned? She met his gaze with steady calm. Seasoned enough to spot lazy forgery. Line 48 references Starlight Wellness, sold 13 months prior. She tapped her tablet. No revenue should appear here. Same for lines 51 and 52, each tied to assets divested last fiscal year. Stanton's brow twitched. Even divested assets can reflect transitional profit. Not post-divestiture, they're off balance sheet. Elena nodded to James. Full ledger, please. James switched the projector. Clean columns appeared, audited, time-stamped, and countersigned by external accountants. The phantom $78 million vanished, replaced by green zeros. Murmurs turned audible. Elena continued, voice steady. Furthermore, metadata on Stanton's file shows edits made at 3:15 this morning from an IP address tagged to a private flat he owns in Tribeca. She slid printed screenshots down the table. Fabrication, gentleman and lady, not oversight. Directors leaned forward. Stanton opened his mouth, face paling, but words stuck. Alexander spoke, tone measured steel. Any further questions? Silence. One director cleared her throat. Motion to censure board member Stanton for misconduct and breach of fiduciary duty. Seconded, another said. Stanton jolted upright. You can't. Vote, Alexander stated. Hands rose. 10, 11, 12. Unanimous. Stanton's lawyer sagged. Security appeared at the back. Elena locked eyes with Stanton, her gaze neither gloating nor cruel. Simply certain. Truth is louder, she said. Stanton's jaw clenched. He allowed security to guide him out, cameras flashing through frosted glass. Alexander watched the doors close, then exhaled like a diver, finally breaking surface. A director addressed him. We'll need your governance reform proposals by next quarter. He glanced at Elena. I imagine Miss Martinez will draft them. Elena inclined her head. They're half done. The group chuckled, tension dissolving. The vote recorded, the board adjourned. Alexander rose and shook hands briefly, but his eyes never left Elena. When the last director exited, he reached for her. You saved more than the company. She brushed a thumb across his tie knot. You gave me space to act. He pulled her gently into his arms, forehead against hers. I don't deserve you. She smiled. You chose to trust me. That's all the deserving anyone needs. James lingered at the doorway. Presser requesting comment, sir. Alexander forced a breath. Later. He placed a hand on Elena's back, guiding her into his office. The moment privacy enfolded them, his composure fractured. He paced, hands raking through hair. I almost lost everything because I let personal feelings compromise vigilance. You didn't lose. She stepped into his path, palms against his chest. You won by letting someone in. I watched you on security feeds before I ever spoke to you, he confessed, voice raw. I thought control equaled safety. It became obsession. Today I realized obsession is just fear wearing a nice suit. Her throat tightened. Fear is human, but love, real love, is choosing anyway. He swallowed, eyes shimmering. Then love me even when I'm fumbling. I do. She stood on tiptoe. kissed him softly. His lips trembled under hers. When she pulled back, he cupped her face as though she might vanish. "But remember," she whispered, "I won't be your possession." He nodded, expression stricken. "Don't leave." She slipped the silver key from her pocket, placed it in his palm. Cool, shining. "I'm your partner, not your captive." She closed his fingers around it. "When you're ready to stand beside me without bars, find me." Turning, she exited the office, leaving the heavy silence of his contemplation behind. In the corridor, reporters buzzed beyond lobby glass. Marla stood by the elevators, trench coat still dusted with morning flurries. She rushed to Elena. "I saw Stanton escorted out. You okay?" Elena managed a shaky grin. "Ask me after adrenaline fades." Marla squeezed her hand. "Coffee. Now." They descended to the ground floor. Doors opened and chaos burst. A cluster of paparazzi converged, camera flashes like lightning, microphones thrust forward, voices shouting, "Elena, did you seduce Blake? Is the company collapsing?" The crowd surged, shoving Marla aside. Elena stumbled, blinded by flashes. Marla grabbed her arm, but a photographer yanked at Elena's sleeve. Panic sparked in her chest. Suddenly, a familiar voice cut through the din. "Back away from her." Alexander strode through the revolving doors alone. No bodyguards, coat unbuttoned, expression unreadable. Reporters pivoted. He moved directly between Elena and the cameras, raising one hand. "You want statements? Fine. Record this." Silence rippled like a shockwave. "Blake Industries stands stronger today than ever." His voice carried calm authority. "The board has removed a member for fraud. This company remains committed to transparency and to the children's hospital expansion led by my partner, Elena Martinez." He glanced over his shoulder at her, eyes softening on the word partner. Cameras clicked faster. "Yes, partner, in business and life." A murmur rolled through the crowd. He continued, voice unwavering. "Tomorrow we inaugurate the new pediatric wing, named for my mother, my brother, and for Elena, whose integrity saved this project." He reached back, offering his hand. Elena stepped forward, fingers weaving through his, pulse roaring. He faced the press again. "Questions about our relationship? We're not hiding. We're not ashamed." A reporter asked, "When did the relationship begin?" Alexander looked at Elena. She answered, voice clear, "The moment he chose honesty over fear." Flashes exploded. A second reporter shouted, "Any comment on marriage rumors?" Alexander smiled. "One story at a time." He guided Elena and Marla through the parted crowd to a town car. Once doors shut, Marla exhaled, laughter escaping. "Well, that's one way to change a headline." Elena's hand trembled in Alexander's. He lifted it to his lips, pressing a kiss to her knuckles. "I meant every word." Her eyes stung. "Tomorrow will be huge." "Tomorrow," he echoed softly, "and every day after." The pre-dawn city thrummed outside Elena's apartment windows, but inside everything felt carved from quiet anticipation. She sat at the kitchen table with a mug of chamomile, scrolling through headlines on her phone. Blake CEO quashes coup, names partner in bold stand, hospital expansion to bear Martinez name. The photos accompanying each article showed Alexander's profile lit by camera flashes, her hand clasped in his. A single image that felt heavier than every column of text. Rosa padded in, shawl wrapped around her nightdress. "Mi hija, you did not sleep." "A few hours." Elena set the phone down. "Big day." Her mother rested gnarled fingers over Elena's. "Are you happy?" "I'm hopeful." Elena breathed out. "I never thought hope could feel this frightening." "Because you care," Rosa said gently. "Frightening is the price of caring." Footsteps sounded. Leo bounded in, backpack thumping his side. "The internet says you're famous." Elena laughed, ruffling his hair. Please don't believe everything online. I believe the part where you saved children, he said, earnest. Rosa pressed a kiss to Elena's cheek. Make us proud, Corazon, and don't forget to eat. Elena dressed in a tailored ivory dress, modest and sleek, and pinned the small silver key as a pendant above her collarbone. A black sedan whisked her to Blake Towers, where James met her in the lobby. He carried a garment bag. Change of outfit for the ceremony, a navy blazer with the foundation crest. Alexander thought you'd appreciate a less bridal look. She rolled her eyes affectionately. He worries about optics. Optics matter today. James guided her to a private conference room where PR staff reviewed talking points. On the table lay 2 speech drafts, one by the corporate team, sterile, stat-heavy, and another handwritten by Alexander in midnight ink. Lines scratched and added in the margins. She read his version first. It spoke of lilies blooming in snow, of hospitals as harbors, of love turning fear into courage. Her throat tightened. She pulled out her own notepad and began writing. By the time PR staff returned, Elena had blended Alexander's poetry with data and her mother's wisdom. The new draft felt alive. A half-hour later, Alexander entered. He wore a charcoal suit and a tie the color of winter sky. The exhaustion around his eyes had eased, replaced by fiery purpose. He paused when he saw her blazer and key necklace. Something like gratitude shone in his gaze. You kept it, he murmured, brushing the pendant with a fingertip. Always. She straightened his tie, smoothing the knot. Ready to change the world? With you, he answered. A convoy of black SUVs escorted them to St. Anthony's Children's Hospital. Reporters lined the entrance beyond velvet ropes, but the mood was brighter, anticipatory rather than predatory. Inside, walls gleamed with fresh paint. Murals of stars and forests covered hallways. Nurses in pastel scrubs bustled, cheeks flushed with excitement. The ribbon stretched across the entrance to the new pediatric wing, a sunlit corridor culminating in glass doors etched with lilies. Cameras flashed. A cluster of children in wheelchairs held balloons, whispering to each other about famous visitors. Alexander approached the podium first. His speech was short, voice resonant, honoring his mother's gentleness, Gabriel's boundless curiosity, and every child who teaches us bravery without armor. He named Elena as co-chair of the new community board, applause filling the corridor. Then he turned, beckoning her forward. Walking to the microphone felt like stepping onto a tightrope above 2 worlds. The past where she cleaned offices at midnight, and the present where 50 cameras waited. She inhaled, letting the scents of antiseptic and balloon rubber ground her. I used to believe power meant standing on tall floors you could only see from the street, she began, voice steady but warm. Today I stand in a place built not on height, but on heartbeats. She shared Rosa's saying, that smallness can be freeing, and promised that every decision for the wing would include patient voices. She ended with simple words in Spanish. Este lugar es de ustedes. This place belongs to you. Applause erupted. A little girl with a bald head wheeled herself forward, offering Elena a paper lily colored in crayon. Elena knelt, accepting it with tears stinging her eyes. Cameras caught the moment. The flash felt like sunlight, not lightning. The ribbon was cut. Children cheered. Reporters crowded. But hospital volunteers guided the media down a separate tour path, allowing patients room to explore. Alexander slipped his hand into Elena's. You were brilliant, he whispered. So were you. She tipped her head toward the kids racing down the hall. This is theirs now. An hour later, after photo ops and staff introductions, they retreated to a private family lounge. Marla waited there, holding 2 takeaway coffees. She greeted Elena with a mock curtsy, laughter bubbling. Madam Chairwoman, oh? Stop, Elena groaned, hugging her. Thank you for yesterday. Marla's gaze softened. I saw how he stood for you today. He's learning. Alexander extended a hand. Thank you for taking care of Elena when I was an idiot. Marla shook it, eyebrow arched. Keep being less of an idiot then, she quipped. James entered, phone tucked away, expression finally relaxed. No new crises, just glowing coverage. Alexander released a breath. Let's get everyone home. Back at Blake Towers, Elena retrieved her overnight bag. Alexander's driver brought them to the penthouse as dusk soaked the skyline in lavender light. Inside, candles flickered on the library mantel. A low fire crackled. Martha had left a tray with fruit, cheese, and a chilled bottle of sparkling cider. But the rest of the penthouse lay quiet, intentionally devoid of staff. Alexander loosened his tie. I asked for privacy. Elena set her purse on the sofa. Because? Because I want to give you something. He reached into his pocket and produced the silver key, strung now on a slender white gold chain. May I? She nodded, heartbeat stumbling. He stepped behind her, clasped the chain. The key rested over her heart, glowing against ivory silk. This time, he whispered near her ear, it's not for doors. It's for every decision we unlock together. She turned, eyes shining. I accept. He lifted her hand, pressing a kiss to her palm, then a second to her wrist, lingering. She felt the electric hum of desire ripple through both of them, but it was softer than before. No walls to break, no fear to outrun. Just choice. May I keep the world out tonight? He asked. Yes, she breathed. He led her to the sofa before the fire, sitting so they faced each other. Warm light pooled around them. City lights glittered far below. He brushed a strand of hair from her cheek, eyes searching hers for any last hesitation. She leaned forward, lips meeting his in a kiss that started gentle but deepened as fingers threaded through hair. Shoes slipped off, jacket shrugged away. She reached for the buttons of his shirt, pausing each time to meet his eyes. Consent thrummed silently in every heartbeat. He guided her pace, slow, reverent. Her dress eased over her head. His shirt joined it on the rug. Skin met skin, sending a shiver of relief through them both. They lay back on plush pillows, trading whispered promises. You're safe, you're seen. I'm yours, I'm here. His hands explored with careful devotion, mapping every sigh, every tremor. She traced the scar along his wrist, kissed the spot tenderly. He exhaled a shaky breath, pulling her closer. When desire crested into urgency, she cupped his face. Ready, she whispered. He kissed her once, slow, deep, sealing the vow, then reached to dim the lamp. The room slipped into golden darkness, fire casting dancing shadows. Their silhouettes merged, soft gasps and hushed laughter weaving with the hiss of burning logs. Pleasure built in waves, controlled then surrendered, each release a shared revelation. Afterward, they lay wrapped in a throe, hearts stilling beneath shared breaths. The key pendant rested between them, cool metal warming against skin. Alexander brushed it with a fingertip. Our compass, he murmured. And our reminder, she whispered. They fell asleep in each other's arms as snow flurried against the windows, city lights glowing like distant constellations. Elena woke to soft sunlight pooling across the library rug where their clothes lay in careless folds. Alexander's heartbeat thrummed beneath her ear, slow and deep, his arm draped around her waist. She stayed still, memorizing the gentle rise and fall of his chest, the scent of cedar tangled with faint smoke from last night's dying fire. He stirred, lips brushing her hair. Morning, he murmured, voice husky. She angled up to meet his gaze. Morning, Mr. Almost Overthrown. A low laugh rumbled in his throat. Ms. Truth is louder. They shared a lingering kiss that tasted of warmth and promise, then rose, wrapping throws around themselves while Martha, summoned via discreet text, delivered coffee and pastries outside the door, never intruding. Sitting on the floor, they ate chocolate croissants, crumbs dotting the throw. Alexander brushed a flake from the corner of her mouth. We should draft those governance reforms before the board writes its own. You mean before Stanton's friends try a sequel? She licked chocolate off her finger. I already sketched a transparency framework. James has copies. I knew I loved you for more than your brilliance, he teased, eyes softening. But it helps. They showered separately, dressing for a workday neither had quite expected to face so soon after the hospital fanfare. When Elena emerged in tailored slacks and a blush blouse, Alexander waited by the door, buttoning his cuffs. He paused, watching her slide the key pendant beneath her collar. I like seeing it there. It reminds me doors can be opened, not slammed. She adjusted his tie, this time a soft silver dotted with navy lilies. The ride down the private elevator felt different from their first turbulent days. No tension, just anticipation. Lobby staff greeted them with subdued awe, as though yesterday had rewired hierarchies. A receptionist pressed a stack of magazines into Elena's hands, glossy covers of business weeklies, each featuring photographs from the hospital ribbon cutting. Her smile spread headlines praising community leadership. Alexander caught her expression. Proof the world can celebrate soft things, he said quietly. They walked into the strategy war room where James projected a draft reform plan on a wall-size screen. He looked up, relief flashing when he noticed Alexander's relaxed posture. Good morning, James said. I merged your notes, Elena, with external compliance recommendations. She scanned the bullet points. Board meeting live streams, quarterly public Q&A, open ledger access for philanthropic projects. Looks solid. Add an independent ethics chair, someone not on payroll. Alexander arched a brow. You volunteering? Conflict of interest, she replied, smiling. Besides, I'm too busy rewriting the culture from inside. James added the line with a few keystrokes. Alexander leaned toward Elena, voice low. Any candidate suggestions? Maybe Marla, she said half in jest. No one spots nonsense faster. James choked back a laugh. The board could use fear of a Brooklyn mother's glare. Work consumed the next hours. Department heads filtered through for approvals. Lawyers fine-tuned language. At midday, Alexander asked the room for privacy. Only James remained, sliding the final draft onto a tablet and placing it before Alexander. Board meets at 4, James said. If adopted, you'll be the most transparent conglomerate CEO in the region. Alexander turned to Elena. Will you co-present? Under one condition, she said. We announce the new community advisory seats publicly, before the vote. Force their hand. James smiled. Strategic and ethical, nicely done. Prepare the press release, Alexander told him. When James left, Alexander moved around the table, taking Elena's hands. I never thanked you for staying last night. You thanked me, she said, recalling every whispered promise in the dark. He stroked her knuckles. I also owe you the truth about why I watched from cameras in the beginning. She searched his eyes. You already confessed. Not the root. He inhaled. The night Gabriel died, I was at a party. Drunk. I swore I'd never again be absent from someone I loved. Cameras felt like presence, until I realized presence without vulnerability is just surveillance. Her chest tightened. She lifted his hands to her lips, kissing each scarred knuckle. We're here now. Present and vulnerable. He drew her into his arms, resting his chin on her hair. I want our life to be built on choice, starting with this afternoon. If the board rejects our reforms, I'll step down. She pulled back. You'd give up everything? Everything but us. Resolve burned in his gaze. She cupped his face. Then let's make it impossible for them to refuse. When 4 o'clock came, the board assembled again, faces wary but curious. Cameras streamed live to overflow lounges where employees watched. Alexander opened, summarizing Stanton's failure and the company's path forward. Then, he stepped aside. Elena walked to the center. Microphones captured her steadied breath. Power without accountability stagnates. These reforms aren't punishments, they are promises to investors, employees, patients. She listed key points. pausing at independent ethics oversight. This seat will be filled by a voice outside high-rises, a community advocate who remembers what corporate corridors often forget, that numbers shelter human stories. Directors exchanged murmurs. Elena concluded, pass these reforms, or witness talent and trust walk out these doors. Voting began. Electronic tallies appeared on screen, green lights flicking on. 1, 2, 5, 9, unanimous, yes. Applause erupted from staff outside the glass. Alexander's shoulders sagged in relief. He turned to Elena, eyes shining with gratitude. Later, as twilight painted the city, they boarded the company helicopter to the estate, James and Marla along at Alexander's insistence. Key advisors, he'd said with a grin. During the flight, Marla nudged Elena. Ethics chair, huh? Consider it a formal offer, Elena said. Marla's laugh rang through the cabin. I'll think about it. Pay me in croissants and hospital miracles. At the estate, winter had begun to loosen its grip. Snow still rimmed the fields, but patches of earth showed promise. They gathered in the great room, Rosa knitting by the fire, Leo sprawled on a rug with Calypso's stable cat curled on his lap. The scene felt like home layered over luxury, anchored by laughter and faint smells of fresh bread. Alexander pulled Elena aside to the library. Candlelight flickered, reflecting in his eyes. He took both her hands. I've been thinking about keys, he said. The ones that lock and unlock. The ones we wear. He reached into his pocket, producing a small velvet box. Her breath caught, but he shook his head, smiling. Not that, yet. Inside lay 2 slender bands of white gold engraved on the inner rim. She read the tiny inscription, without fear, beyond control. Promise bands, he said. Symbols of partnership, equal. You choose how and when we wear them. Tears blurred her vision. She slipped one onto his finger and pressed a kiss to the metal. He repeated the gesture, settling the band beside her key pendant. Their lips met, a soft seal of vows spoken without ceremony. They rejoined the group as Martha announced supper, hearty stew, rustic bread, and apple crisp. Conversation bloomed. Leo recounting his math quiz triumph, Marla teasing James about work-life balance, Rosa offering tales of her childhood village under starlight. Alexander held Elena's hand beneath the table, thumb stroking small circles. After dinner, they walked onto the moonlit terrace overlooking the snowy ridge. Stars studded the clear sky. Elena, Alexander said, voice hushed, do you miss the city hum at night? She shook her head. Here, the quiet feels full, not empty. Full of what? Possibility. She leaned into him. Lilies waiting beneath snow. He smiled, pressing a kiss to her forehead. Then let's greet them in spring. Together, without fear. Inside, lights dimmed as the house settled. Alexander guided her to the music room. He played a slow, tentative melody, fingers gaining confidence as she stood behind him, arms draped over his shoulders. Notes drifted through oak beams, weaving with heartbeats. She hummed a countertune. He smiled, shifting chords to follow her pitch. The blend felt like the first bricks of a new foundation, built not on control, but on harmony. They ended on a soft chord. Alexander tilted his head back to look at her. Dance with me? No music? I hear plenty. He stood, pulling her gently into a slow sway. She laid her head on his chest, feeling the steady thump of a heart once caged by fear, now drumming in open air. Moonlight glittered across the polished floor as Alexander and Elena moved in a slow circle, each breath drawing them closer, until neither could tell whose heartbeat echoed through the music room. The night felt endless in the best way, time no longer measured in seconds but in the light brush of fingers, the unspoken vows carried in a shared gaze. When the last candle guttered low, hush settled. Alexander tipped his forehead against hers. Stay here permanently, he whispered, voice laced with wonder more than demand. Bring your family. Bring Marla if she'll tolerate country quiet. Bring everything that roots you. I want this place to become ours, not just mine." Elena smiled, tracing the band on his finger. "I'll stay under one condition." "Name it." "That we never stop telling each other the truth, even the parts that scare us." He placed a hand over his heart. "My promise." Then, as if on cue, their stomachs rumbled in tandem, an embarrassingly human duet after so much talk of forever. Laughter broke, bright and easy, and they ambled to the kitchen for stolen spoonfuls of apple crisp straight from the dish, trading bites like conspirators. They ended up on the window seat overlooking moonlit snow, his arms around her waist, her head on his shoulder. "Tomorrow we finalize board details," she said, savoring the crisp cinnamon heat. "Then I host community parents for advisory onboarding. After that, maybe we sneak Leo out of school for a weekend and start planting spring bulbs." "Make the list," he murmured. "We'll do every line." "Even the bookstore cafe?" He chuckled, "Especially the bookstore cafe." Silence drifted in again, but it was the comfortable hush of two people who no longer needed to fill space with words. Eventually her eyelids sagged. He scooped her into his arms, carrying her past James dozing on the library couch, files open on his chest, glasses slipping down his nose. Marla sprawled in an armchair beside him, laptop aglow with draft ethics bylaws, but head tilted back, snoring softly. Alexander paused, tucking a blanket over them both. Elena brushed a kiss onto Marla's forehead, earning a half-asleep mumble about roasted coffee beans and corruption-free futures. Upstairs, moonlight spilled through the bedroom's tall windows. He set her on the bed, slipped off her shoes, and lay beside her atop the quilt. She drew his head to her chest, fingers threading through his hair, and hummed the lullaby Rosa often sang. When his breath deepened, she kissed his hair and whispered into the quiet, "Safety is yours too." With that, she let sleep carry them both into a dawn unburdened by fear. 3 months later, spring arrived like a symphony. The estate ridge where snow had once buried everything now swayed with green grass. Birds darted through budding branches. Elena stood on the crest, a wicker basket on her arm, wild lily blooms nodding around her ankles. The bulbs she and Alexander planted had pushed through soil in triumphant whites and golds, their scent sweet as memory. She knelt to snip a stem for Rosa's bedside vase, careful not to disturb the plaque Alexander had placed. For Maria Blake, Gabriel Blake, and every new heartbeat that finds hope here. Below the hill, Leo's laughter peeled across the paddock as he raced a miniature drone between fence posts, supervised by James in weekend jeans and a baseball cap that could not quite tame his earnest professionalism. Marla's voice floated from the veranda where she chaired a video call, ethics committee quarterly, and barked good-natured orders at a director still trying to sneak line items past her scrutiny. The smell of yeasted dough drifted from the kitchen window. Rosa was teaching Martha to shape Cuban bread for lunch. Elena tucked the flowers into her basket and looked toward the tree line. Hoofbeats approached, a rhythmic drumming that set her heart tapping along. Alexander rode into view on Calypso, reins loose, face flushed with wind and freedom. He dismounted at the base of the hill and jogged up, hair ruffled, tie conspicuously absent. "You escaped the quarterly review," she called. "Only long enough to collect my co-chair." He reached the summit, slightly breathless but grinning. "James has the numbers. Marla has the board. I'd rather have you." She offered the basket. "Trade bloom for bloom?" He accepted, plucking a lily and tucking it behind her ear. "Perfect." Hand in hand, they walked through the sea of blossoms, the sky an endless blue overhead. Peanut the barn cat trailed after, convinced the basket might hold contraband biscuits. When they reached a wooden bench overlooking the valley, Alexander set the basket down and pulled Elena onto his lap. He traced the silver key around her neck, now joined by the promise band, both glinting in sunlight. "Everything changed faster than I could have dreamed," he said. "Yet with you, it feels exactly right." She rested her cheek against his. "Because we chose it. No walls, no cameras, just shared roads." And that bookstore cafe, he added. She laughed. We'll call it Pages and Lilies. Coffee on tap, poetry nights, kids reading corners. Rosa already claimed pastry testing. Marla will audit our cookie inventory. James will design spreadsheets for alphabetizing the romance section. He tipped her chin, eyes bright. And what will we do? Live. She kissed him, lips tasting of spring air and future days. We'll live without fear, beyond control. He pressed his forehead to hers. Then we're already wealthy. They sat in easy quiet, watching Leo race up the hill shouting about drone speed records, Rosa waving a flower-coated hand from the veranda, Marla ending her call with a victorious whoop that carried on the breeze, and James lifting the drone's remote high in surrender. Life layered itself into simple moments, soft, honest, fragile, in the best way. Alexander stood extending his arm. Elena rose, slipping her fingers through his. Together they followed the path back toward the manor, lily scents trailing behind them. The silver key gleamed at her throat. His band gleamed on her finger, and their shadows stretched side by side across new grass, joined in every brave rhythm of the hearts that beat within them.